Welcome, welcome. SandCity Sports, we in the building. We are in the building. How's everybody out there doing in television land? I hope well. Let's go across the board. Let's check our socials. All right. YouTube, good. YouTube is good. That's the mothership. Got to get the mothership in order. All right. We got to keep them first things first, folks. Shout out to First Things First. Fox Sports Radio. Okay. Boo boo. That's big. Our YouTube is good. Now we can go down the line. Twitter is good. I mean, if it's not broke, we not fixing nothing. Elon, you got your $1 trillion. I'm still calling it Twitter. I hope that doesn't cause any, because you're the trillionaire and I'm just a guy. But Twitter was good. You know what I mean? But when you buy something that's yours and you wanna, I understand that. I understand that. I understand the transnational, right? Global, the Pinky and the Braden crowd. Pinky and the Brain crowd. So the Twitter is good. I go to IG. What do I see immediately? I see trolls, man. Y'all need to stop playing with my girl Angel Reese, man. Ridiculous. The troll. But what do you expect? All right. DNA is DNA. If you're a troll, then that's all that you can be. So I have to give that a grain of salt. But every time I go on the Twitter, you know what I'm saying, is somebody feeling some type of a way about Angel Reese for no good reason. For no good reason. So I can't get down with that. So let's go ahead. Hope everybody's day, as I said, and I'm going to say again and again, was good. I had a big day. Today was Unity Day in Barnstable. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. Community cookout type of a feel. But it was tremendous. Had a great Unity Day. Community cookout, as I said, a lot goes into it. Seeing it from both angles, both as a patron and then kind of working with the organizations that put the event together. So I've seen. Okay, let's hold on. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Got to get the art right on. Have to get the art right. Woo, gotta win. We're getting the art right on YouTube, and then we're gonna rock and roll once that has been taken care of. So thank you for bearing with me. Please, if you think it's right, if this is taking too long and it's not where, you know what this is, mi casa, su casa, please don't hesitate to let me know how I can get better. Right? Okay, leadership is about setting the example, not about cracking the whip, setting the example that people want to go forward, march for. That's leadership. If you out there cracking the whip and, not building up your people, let's get the eye. Let's get that. Okay. Celtics, boo boo. Okay. That. This comes up. And we got to scroll further down. We got to change up our art. Let's get the art right. Save it. Very good. Okay, not necessarily. Let's bring this over here. And we'll jump in over here. Sure, I'm not missing anything. If anybody jumps in the chat, um, the live stream chat is good, so I think I can go back. Yeah. All right, so IG chat is good, and we're ready to rock and roll. Hey, folks, what's good with you? You see, I got my POA. That means people of action. Okay, my new colors. Shout out to the flag man. Shout out to Tim Luce. Does his thing every year along with so many people in the community, so that Unity Day can go on. It's a beautiful thing, man. Weather was hot. We were in a new location. Okay, people came together for the cause. People sacrificed. People made the adjustment, and it was wonderful. Okay, and we can always get better. I'm missing just one platform. Got to make sure the Twitch is right. I'm missing Twitch, so let me go ahead and get that in order. All right. And Twitch is good, and about ready to rock and roll. All right. Let's get my levels right. That's what we learned from Samuel L. Jackson and Jackie Brown. I got to make sure my levels are right. We're going to do 15. Y'all good? I'm good. Let's go. Come on. Come on, let's go. To the business! I am your host, your game god, kid, artist formerly known as Andre King. Where's your boy at? Here I am. So much SandCity Sports is back. You know how we do on the intro. We got it. Intro got to be twice. Let's get it right. Hey, yes. Go. Sports that Las Vegas Raiders is already in between the teams of getting after it. Lot to prove for your Las Vegas Raiders. So we're good across the board. I'm just checking. Right, let's move the Facebook over a bit. Facebook's coming over. IG is good. Twitter is good. What's going on, people? I see we got some people on the YouTube. Jump in the chat. You know what time it is. Me Casa, Su Casa. All right. And we're ready to we're gonna get moving and grooving. Okay, let me just get the art where it needs to be. And we're gonna get moving and grooving. I learned from Big Ben. Big Ben taught me. It's Big Ben Maller. Shout out to the Maller Militia. We got to play the hits, man. We're playing the hits here, SandCity Sports. Okay. I'm going to play the hits here on SandCity Sports. Yes, sir. Let's get that art up. Onto the screen. It's good. Our connection is strong. 18 additional men. What is? Come on. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder, folks. Sometimes I wonder if it'll ever end. You get so mad at me when I go out with my friends. And I wonder why. I'm such a baby, yeah, the Dolphins make me cry. But there's nothing I would do. Any Hootie and the Blowfish fans out there? Shout out to Hootie. Real name Darius Rucker. But any fans out there in society? He was all the rage when I was in grammar school. Mr. Darius Rucker, Hootie and the Blowfish. Dave Matthews Band. What? Dave Matthews Band goes hard till this day. Talking about amongst others. I'm crazy, hey, and I wonder why. Had that twang in his voice. Darius Rucker coming from South Kakalaki. Yes, indeed. So, folks, Boston Red Sox. What are we talking about here? This team's won 31 of its last 35 games. Not to mention an 8-game win streak. After they reeled off 15, 16, 17 games in a row. Is it time to put a little bit more respect on their name? Granted, I just come from a Harbor Hawks game. Cape League baseball in the playoffs. Harbor Hawks, fierce battle against the Born Braves in the first round of the playoffs. Ended up losing 12-11, way down to the wire. Last out in the 9th inning. It was a thriller. Okay, colors are kind of similar. Man. These colors, this tangerine, a little similar to the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, who were originally the Hyannis Mets, right? You think about the Mets colors, so those are the Harbor Hawks. But folks, back to the Red Sox. Okay, I know some people don't believe in momentum, don't believe in things carrying over from one day to the next in the world of sports. I'm not one of those people. I believe if you get hot at the right time, right, you can run the tables. We've seen this before. Okay, New York Giants, their Super Bowl runs, both runs that happened to go up against the Patriots, right? Tom Coughlin. People had things to say about Tom Coughlin, hard-nosed and not my friend and all the rest of that stuff, but he brought 2 championships to New York. Not only did he bring 2 championships to the Big Apple, but he did so over one Mr. Bill Belichick. So all folks that had issues, and Tom Coughlin, he didn't pat me on the back, he didn't smile at me, he wasn't my buddy, but you got those rings, don't you? You got rings to speak. All right? This way that we go and your NIL and the boy wonder, the girl wonder, the phenom. Actually, Gino had some good things to say about this, which we're going to get in the Slaves of Life along these lines. I get it. As you're coming up through the ranks, and you have to have confidence, and but you also got to work. You got to come up under some discipline, and that's what Tom Coughlin brought. He wasn't everybody's cup of tea, but 2 Super Bowls at the expense of the New England Patriots. How did he do that? From the wild card, right? This Boston Red Sox team, they could be the division leader. They could win the AL East. They could be in the wild card. Doesn't make a difference. Come for that championship. Right? They come for the championship, folks. And I tap here. I'm going to get some of the Unity Day art up there for folks. It was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Unity Day. I'll kind of share in a second, but we're talking to Red Sox right now. Let me just go ahead and see if anybody's in the chat. What's going on, Chris? I see you. We got Chris jumping in the chat. Let's get this commentary onto the screen so that people can see and appreciate. Welcome in. We're navigating, but we're making the most, and we're making it happen, folks. Okay, me. Right, Chris has Red Sox Dodgers. He got Red Sox Dodgers. Red Sox just took 3 games away from the Dodgers. Okay? Right, that New York concrete jungle. Yankees, man. You better get it together. This is supposed to be your year. People are looking for Batman versus Superman. They're looking for the LeBron versus Kobe NBA Finals we never got a chance to see based on what happened in 2009 and 2010. If you remember, 2009, Orlando Magic came and stole a LeBron Kobe Final from us. LeBron allowed that. Then 10, Celtics down or 2-2 series, game 5 in Cleveland. LeBron nowhere to be found. Celtics snatched that LeBron versus Kobe Finals from us and then take the Lakers to 7 games. Remember, I was watching that final at what is now Portside Tavern. At that point in time, it was STK. Before that, it was Kendricks. Okay? For my Cape Cod people, if you remember the evolution. Woo! Kendricks in the day. Goodness gracious. It was a whole different animal. Woo! Flashback. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that the establishment has gotten, more and more, how we want to say it, it's gotten more and more easygoing is the term I'll use. All right, but in the day, my Cape people who would remember Kendricks, Kendricks was a nice establishment, but it was one of these establishments where you had furniture being moved. There was some furniture being moved. I didn't get to Kendricks all that often, honestly. I wasn't in those days. I wasn't the furniture that was moving. That wasn't me. Okay, but Kendricks, STK. This is where myself and many others watched the 2010 NBA Finals. Game 7, beautiful thing. Lakers ended up coming back and winning, so the Boston fans were hurt. But it was good. Everybody in there watching the game was pretty cool. And now it's the Portside Tavern. That's where actually everybody left Unity Day and went out to dinner. I couldn't make the dinner afterwards. Portside's a good local restaurant. They do a lot to support the local community, Harbor Hawks and others. Couldn't make it over to the Portside because I was watching the Cape League game that went long. Ended at about 10. It was a thriller. Harbor Hawks 11, Born Bravos 12. It was a battle. Hawks and Braves battle every single year, man. Great game. Okay, Chris in the chat. Grunge guy, Pearl Jam, STP. What's STP? Give me that. Pearl Jam. I didn't know a lot about Pearl Jam myself. I mean, how do I say I don't know? Like I knew of Pearl Jam because they were all they were up there, right? Dave Matthews had a movement in the mid to late 90s. Dave was and I remember freshman and sophomore year. I was just a, and I get older. I should have just embraced my inner nerd, and took the long view. But I wanted what the other kids had. I wanted to be popular. I wanted to be the man. I wanted to have, the prom queen on my I wanted, and that's you want that stuff, but that's life, man. Everybody not going to be the Division I athlete. My good buddy Steph, that was him. He was Division I athlete. Everyone's not going to be the prom queen. My other friends, that were and good people, and they deserve those honors because they were fashionable and they were 5-star athletes. But looking back, that was my thing. I didn't take the long view. I should have just nerded out, embraced the inner nerd, because I love sports and I love books. I'm talking to you right now. So I should have just got on that, And I see it's pretty cool to see at the Harbor Hawks games all the interns that have embraced their inner nerd and have taken the long view, and they have these internships, so they're making chi-chi beans and they have long hours, but they see that this is going to a stepping stone for them to get to that Bob Costas level. And Bob, like people that, right, they struggle. Stephen A. Smith fired, Morgan, those people that are at the top of the mountain and reason they stay there for year upon year is because they've been at rock bottom. They've been at that rock bottom. So they understand the value of a dollar. They understand the importance of the little things because they've been down low, right? It's tough when you get things and haven't, had those experiences to kind of keep it, which is why 70% of NBA players, maybe 80% of NFL players end up broke 5 years after they stop playing, right? There's so much so soon. And you're still learning while you have all these resources, these generational resources, and in your mind when you're young and going through, right? You're in your Thundercat years, your invincible years. So you just think this is the way that your entire life is gonna be. Not right, I'm gonna be in my prime, because you're in that prime. So I'm gonna continue to be in my prime for like 10, 20, 30 years. Maybe 10 years, man. If luck, right? Get in your mid-30s, then you get in your mid-40s, and then next thing you know, it goes fast. So, and you don't have that earning power during each of these phases. You have it right at the beginning, which is kind of wild, which is why you need people that have good people around them. That's why I respect. Shout out to the Compton Magic, N.C.A.A. Or A-Tope. N.C.A.A. is the coach of the Rockets. A-Tope and what he does with the Compton Magic. They don't spend. They live off the endorsement money. They don't spend no contract money. They putting that money away. Means we ain't touching that. That's going to grow in 20 years, so you're going to have the generational wealth. You're not touching the contract money. You're just going to live off the endorsements. You're going to, right? You ain't going to have no beer taste, but you ain't going to have no beer champagne taste. Shout out to Herm Edgeworth. You ain't going to have no champagne taste and beer money. Hey, no. You got a champagne taste, but you only got the beer money, man. You better. I don't really drink. Hey, y'all have a Budweiser, keep it in moderation. You got to do what you got to do. That's not me, but keep it in moderation. Do what you got to do. But you got the champagne taste, but you only got money for the Budweiser. You better get a Bud. You better talk to Peyton Manning and get a Bud. We're going to get to the Red Sox, folks. You ever notice when Peyton Manning wins the Super Bowl and he goes up to the press conference, how many times he say Budweiser? That man ain't dumb. Every time he say Budweiser, when he get in that, he cashing some checks. I love it. You notice it? He gives a speech and he says Budweiser like 8 times. Man, sign that guy. He might get 100. There might be 100 stacks for every Budweiser. Budweiser, they got the money to do it. So, yeah, back to, let me put Chris's comment. Don't know who STP is. Pearl Jam, I rock with. I knew of them, but I didn't get into Pearl Jam until I learned who Eddie Vedder was. I learned who Eddie Vedder was based on seeing Into the Wild. Netflix recommended Into the Wild, directed by Sean Penn, starring Amelia Hirsch, which was a tour de force. Highly recommended. Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah, I have some of that. Is that One Headlight? Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah, good stuff. They got some hits out there. But that grunge era, Eddie Vedder, after, and he wrote the soundtrack for Into the Wild, which is on my Spotify playlist. Going, So once I figured out Eddie Vedder was Pearl Jam, hey man, Pearl Jam all the way. Been decades since I graduated high school. I'm ready to get a Pearl Jam poster right now. Eddie Vedder's that dude. And check out Into the Wild if you get a chance. Yeah, Stone Temple Pilots, We won. Another thing, and then we're gonna get to the Red Sox. My family, I don't know how to play an instrument. I have a guitar. That's one of these things. I want to learn how to play the guitar. I'm so busy. I want to learn how to play guitar. Learn how to play the piano. My mom had me in piano lessons when I was in the grammar school. No patience. Again, I lived in Rockland County. We had to cross the TZ Bridge to go to this really upscale piano player's house. It was like a big deal. I had no patience for it. I was like, I am missing Saturday morning cartoons. This is crazy. I don't want to do this. So I ate my cereal. I watched my Saturday morning cartoons in elementary school. I had my, no patience. Then now I see it as I'm an adult. Do I know how to play the piano? No. So what was the greater importance? Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Saturday morning cartoons, or learning how to play the piano? I chose Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Saturday morning cartoons. Didn't have patience, man. You know, I was like, oh, like the kids that learned how to play instruments in elementary school. I was like, you guys are missing recess. This is crazy. Are you insane? Turns out they weren't insane. Because when we went on and went through high school and graduated high school and were in college, all those kids were in all the rockin' bands that were in all the spots that people, you know, I'm outside waiting an hour and a half to get in, missed a half the set, missed like 3/4 of the set. Finally, I get in there and, oh, who's on the drums? That kid who was taking the drum class in middle school and grammar school, but I wanted to go outside and run around, which is important. I mean, you need recess is important. I'm not gonna say recess isn't important, but he had a different vision, paid off big time. And then you have that for the rest of your life. It's a whole other language. Shout out to those kids. I try to encourage them. That wasn't me. Red Sox, folks. Let's check the chat. Yep. All right. Chris, continuing. Let's get this up in the chat. Again, Eddie, my dude. Check out into yeah. Amazing voices. I'm gonna check out Better Man. Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. It's going through my Spotify. Shout out to Spotify. And I had to add some recently. I had to get in there, and I didn't have All Along the Watchtower, Jimi Hendrix. I was like, no. I'm lacking. Had to get that in the mix, and then I had to add Dave Matthews Band Two Step to my Spotify. Yeah, because your boy was no. I got hits. There's no two ways about it. But I was certainly lacking. Okay, folks. As we keep it moving and grooving, the Red Sox, you know, they're white hot. But at the same time, you don't know what you don't know. Okay, so that's my caveat. It's one thing, and I'm looking for my art here. I'm going to find it. Yep. I'm going to find it as we continue the conversation. Right? It's one thing to be an underdog because there's no pressure on you. You're playing with house money. You know, nobody was thinking you were going to do this, thinking you're going to do that. But now we put some expectations up and on you. Can you handle the pressure? Okay. Memphis Grizzlies could not handle that pressure. So that's my rejoiner when it comes to the Red Sox. Okay, I'm getting close to my right. That's my rejoinder when it comes to the Red Sox, and we're gonna come right back to them. We're gonna come right back, but I have to go where the conversation goes as well. We're gonna get right back to the Red Sox. Took me a second or two to find it, but I've located it. Right. So that's, of course, that's Sean Penn there, directing, and that's Emil Hirsch starring in Into the Wild. Right, about Chris McCandless, based on, and I got the book, John Krakauer. I'm looking at the book, based on his book, you know, and his story. It's you know, shout out to Netflix. Netflix recommended it. I didn't know anything about it. I watched it. Hit me like a sack of bricks. So well done. And Eddie Vedder, you know, his soundtrack Uh, right? It's difficult to have a great film without a great soundtrack. That's Francis. Right? Difficult to have a great song without a great soundtrack. This going. The cinematography on this shot as McCandless hits the road. What? You want to talk about artistry? Eddie Vedder singing, Sean Penn directing, an overview shot following the car down the road. What? What? There's a big heart, son, in the big hard world. What? It's like, who the heck is Eddie Vedder? That's my dude. My dude. So now people say, right? I didn't know what folk were talking about. Right? I said Pearl Jam. I said Pearl, grunge, and kind of reminds me of like Nirvana, and I don't know what the heck is going on. I didn't know what to do. I saw that Into the Wild. I'm like, hey, I got to cop that. I got to cop that real quick. So, indie film, it's just awesome. Awesome. And speaking of which, I had the chance yesterday come back. I got to do ABC XYZ. Your boy, I'm a night owl. 11:44 on the. I'm staying in. I'm staying in on a Friday. I got to get to my passion project. Tomorrow I might not be here because I might have to shake a leg tomorrow. I might have to get out there. Tonight, passion project. That's what it is. How was I going? But point escaped my mind. Come back. Oh yeah, indie films. So last night I went out, saw great jazz. I got there towards the end of the jazz set. Gentleman that does a great job with his saxophone, and I was just there for the regular music, played music, people just vibing, beautiful weather. You know what I mean? Take it in, folks. Take it in this good weather, these good vibes. Don't take it for granted, man. Don't take this for granted. Everything might not be going on. That's just life. I feel you. You know what I mean? I got my struggles. I got my challenges. I got my bill collectors chasing me. You know what I mean? I'm going through it, but we're going through it. But, count your blessings. My buddy N.C.A.A. always lets me know. Got to get my daily dose of gratitude. He keep me on that, that straight and narrow. And so other night I came back. I had to get X, Y, and Z done. I was like, you know what I mean? Let me just lock in with a pod. And I go to, because I've been doing DJ Vlad. Vlad's been, he does solid interviews, of course, and he has his brand and his niche and his angle. He likes the sensational stuff, okay? But he does a good job with this. So I went to Rogan last night and jumped on a Rogan with my dudes, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, two of my, right? So not just in the Commonwealth, but Goodwill Hunting with that project. So after that, we're, that's 30 years ago now, 97, when I was a young warthog. But so I locked into their pod with Rogan, and it was just lights out. I'm only about 45 minutes in, learning like perspective wise. They're giving insight into it's just crazy. But right, like Goodwill Hunting, that was a proof of concept film. Right? They wrote the screenplay. They weren't getting their roles, and they didn't get upset and blame the society. They said, two Cambridge guys, two Harvard guys, we're going to write our own script. I'm not going to sit around blaming society, blaming the system, blaming others that I haven't gotten my role. No, I'm going to write my own doggone role. And they did, and the rest is history. Okay, so I always go back to that. Sylvester Stallone, same thing. I can't emphasize this enough. He wrote Rocky. Flat broke. Studio wanted ABC. He was 10 toes down. No, this is my film. I was like, all right, you can starve. He's like, all right, I'll starve. One of us is going to blink, and it's not going to be me. What do we got? Rocky 13 going on 14. He would not budge. Had to sell his dog. Bought his dog back. He wouldn't budge. Made the project his way. Actually, that song came on. It was awesome. You know, getting strong down the stretch in the Harbor Hawks game. Hawks were down 2. They got 1 run in the ninth, and then they had 2 runners on base, and batter just couldn't. He lost the last battle, but they were right there to tie it or go ahead. Great game. But they put the iconic Rocky song on. Everybody's energy got good. Came up. It's awesome. Right? That's Sylvester Stallone. Studio said, "You're gonna do it our way." He said, "No, we're gonna do it my way." He's like, "You can starve." I'm like, all right. I'm gonna starve until y'all get it right. They got it right. Everybody made money. It was good. Another one who I saw the other day is Chaz Palminteri with The Bronx Tale. Similar story. That's his play. He had it on Broadway. He had the vision. They told him no. We're gonna do it our way. He's like, "No, you're gonna do it my way." He's like, "All right, you ain't getting no love." It's all right, cool. Flat broke. They came to him with like $300,000. He's flat broke. You ready to break now? He's like, "No, I'm good. I'm not giving up my dream. All right, I'm gonna stay the course." Okay, he's all right. You can still starve. He's like, "All right, good. I'll keep starving." Robert De Niro found out about what was going on. They were stonewalling him for no good reason because everybody was gonna. Bronx Tale is a classic to this day. What are we talking about? Y'all still getting them royalties. You're gonna get royalties. Once it's good or great, people it just recycles. They just get people, always gonna go back to that. Talked about Shawshank last episode. People, you're gonna keep cashing checks because you got it right. Bob De Niro, as in Robert, got wind of it. They stonewalling this man for no good reason. He went to see the play. He talked to him afterwards. He's like, "I heard all about it. We're making this film. I'm coming in." That's his directorial debut. Rest is history. Okay. So this a lot of times these indie projects is where the gold is. Right? That's where the gold is with these indie. So shout out to Eddie Vedder. Shout out to Pearl Jam. Shout out to Into the Wild. We're getting back to the Red Sox, but I have to also, while I'm here, give a shout out to another indie project that's out of this world that you guys might find here and there. That was also recommended to me by Netflix. Shout out to Netflix and the algorithm. The algorithm is wild. Algorithm know your boy better than your boy. Just recommending stuff that just woo. So this is the way is really good. Again, a passion project. Emilio Estevez, his film. All right, starring his dad. I know his name is Martin Sheen, but he wanted to have his own Emilio Estevez. Didn't want to be Martin Sheen's kid. We were talking the other day. I didn't realize. I was having a conversation. I didn't realize Nicolas Cage was Francis Ford Coppola's son. I think Colin might have. I saw a clip from Colin. I was like, what? That escaped my mind, or I might have known it and forgot it. But he's like, no, I don't want to be. I want to be my own person. So Nicolas Cage. And then he was going through all. He had just a string like Con Air. His string of like summer thrillers was just hit after hit after hit. Right during these hot summer days, y'all remember? Y'all, Chris would remember this. When a lot of times you just go to the movie theater just because you need to get some kind of AC in your life. And we would sneak the Entenmann's donuts and all the rest of that stuff because we wasn't paying. We would sneak on a little snack in the movie theater. And we would be good, but a lot of it was just, we need some good AC, man. I don't even care about the film so much. Well, you want to see a good film, but I need this AC, man. And that was our community time. That was our family time growing up. Man, had a good old time. Remember in high school, my mom was like, "Hey, let's go to the drive." And I was, "Oh, I don't want to go to the drive-in." And I was in high school. I was too school. Now I look back, I should have went to the drive-in. Should have went to the drive-in. That event could be missed. And a little bit. I was gonna say insecure, which a little bit of it was insecurity, maybe more than a little bit. Impatience. Got to be patient. You know, just slow down. That's the challenge. That's the challenge of adolescence, and because you're in your rum springer, so everything is people keep telling you to slow down. It's easier to tell somebody in their 40s like me to slow down because I'm getting slower, right? It's difficult for the youths that are in there because everything is going a mile a minute. They 0 to 100, their body, their mind, all these new things, right? And they have to get a hold of that, and not rush to get old. It's challenging, or not burn themselves out. But I don't want to go to no drive-in. I want to, like it's popping out here. I gotta go to the club or the disco or you know what I mean, because it's popping. I can't even remember what club or disco I was going to that was so popping. There's another night, you know. So yeah, I was talking to a buddy of mine the other day, and one of my cousin, his kids are in high school, college age, and they're navigating that as well. They don't want to miss XYZ, but they also got to be responsible, right? They're doing the responsible things, and then they're worried about missing XYZ, ABC. You know, that's the thing. In high school and college, you feel like you're falling behind because you're not YOLOing and your IG is not popping, but you're getting your education. You're building up your resume. You're building up your work skill. But all your friends doing the YOLO stuff, but you can't necessarily see that when you get to 23 or 22 when you graduate, and then 25, and then that's when the payoff's going to come. When you get your degree, you get your master's degree, you develop those connections, that networking. All right, you integrate yourself into these networks, so that you have a place in the real economy, so that you have that job, dare I say, security in this artificial intelligence age. Can I say job security in this new world order that we're going to? I'm going to say it. Don't tell any bots though. They might come looking for me, but I'm going to say it. Okay, that's what you're doing in these late teen, early 20 years, right? You're paying your dues. You're going through your apprenticeship. Ain't nothing free around here. You ain't starting. Your last name ain't James. Your first name ain't LeBron. You start from the same finish line as everybody else. Okay. You got to do the internship. You got to do like all these Cape League kids are doing, and they're just not concerned with all their friends who are partying and doing, and living the life and not taking these serious steps. They just, okay, that's good. I miss 4 or 3 out of the 5 get-togethers. I'll make 2, maybe 1, but other time is right. I'm building what's going to in 2, 3, 5, 7 years. Those can, that skill set. You understand how to do stuff. They do the broadcasting, then the networking on top of that. People are willing to give you a chance. No, I don't know about so and so. I don't know. They all that stuff. And then you finally get your chance and you get in there and you ball out. Like, where the heck this? But they've been good for you. You had 5, 8, 9 I don't knows, and because you didn't want to give them a chance. They probably knew that they was going to usurp you. All right. If you're a real leader, if you're a real manager, you should want people that can challenge you and usurp you, because that's the rising tide that lifts all boats. But that's not here. Shout out to The Way. It's another indie project. Very strong. Very strong. Okay, so going around the board here, we're good on our IG's good. Heck is going on? Folks, are you seeing these headlines that I'm just seeing? Royce White said he's declaring for the W.N.B.A. And there's another male that said he's hooping in the W.N.B.A. I have to like this on Twitter. Hold on a second. What the heezy? Oh no. Oh no. All right, we're gonna get to the Sox. We're coming back to the Sox. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. How's everybody out there doing television land? Y'all good? We're gonna get to the Sox. I just went. Twitter is what it is. You know, we're gonna get to the Sox, and let me know if y'all want to do Sox first before we dive into this eligibility topic that we're gonna get into right now. Let me know. Health is good. Okay, but health is good. But before we do, right? Shout out to my indie films. Shout out to, my passion projects, right? Right. And as we learn sometime, folks, big things start small. I got it right. Hold on. We didn't have our volume right, though. We didn't have the volume right. Shout out to those passion projects. Okay, there we go. I incorporate a little sound effect in there. I made a little sound effect in here, there. You know what I mean? We do a little something. We do a little something. Okay. We're gonna get to the Red Sox. I just checked in briefly, and Royce White. I don't know if you guys remember Royce White. Good ball player, but had a phobia. He had a phobia. He wouldn't fly. He has a fear of heights, and this is a big, strong 6'8", 6'9", and it's just the phobia, and he couldn't be in the league because, I mean, you play professional sports, you live in the jet set life, millions upon millions of miles. That's just what it is. He couldn't do that, so he was not able to be in the league. Shout out to just mental health, and these things are real. This is a guy, Maurice White, big dude. Enes.C.A.A. is a big guy as well. He's post players. So let's just jump over here to this as I'm just seeing it now, and then we'll get back. Unless anybody in the chat or unless there's any objections, then we'll go back to the Sox. But as I learned, you got to make hay while the sun shines. Okay, and this story got a little bit of daylight because I guess it's not one person that said this. Now one person said it, and the next person is like, "Yo, I'm in too." What? All right, folks. So, Enes Kanter, right? Did he play at UK or did he have to go straight? I don't know if he was able to play at UK. This is before the NIL revolution. And he got a sandwich in Turkey, so he can that nonsense. But Hooper, played number teams, spent some time with the Celtics. He's saying, after careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines. I'm officially declaring myself a W.N.B.A. prospect. Okay. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in W.N.B.A. So the requirement is, okay, so it's a subjective requirement. And again, this is going back to college, and not that I'm some, a lot of you guys out there, probably majority, have the, the book smarts, the street smarts, the IQ. I'm me. I'm just me. But I just want to clarify things. Okay, if I'm wrong. So when we say subjective, that is your opinion. You have a right to your opinion. That's subjective. I saw this, or I believe this. Now, that could also be the objective reality, because objective is the actual, what's sometimes called empirical or evidence-based reality. Empiricism, shout out to David Hume, love studying philosophy. Empiricism, is a philosophical system, kind of leading up to or as a part of the scientific revolution. Empiricism is a worldview based on evidence. There needs to be empirical or evidence to support whatever it is you're saying, or it's not going to be taken as valid. If there's no evidence, then we do not have to accept it as, the reality or the truth, because there's no, when we see the evidence, then yes, then we can verify and validate. So he's saying, simply declaring who you are is all that's required. So based on the current requirements, it's subjective. Who I say I am is who I am. This is news to me. Okay. Then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the W.N.B.A. My team and I carefully examined W.N.B.A.'s eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Okay. Framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. All right. Based on the current guidelines, I can, and this man using that strong language. He said, I can and I am officially declaring my eligibility for the okay, it's not this season. He can't. I know the trade deadline just, so ain't no pickups this year. Okay, because that's an important point. Like, man, he's going and it's going to jump on the aces? Is we jumping in on the fever? What's going on? Okay. So I'm officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming W.N.B.A. draft in April 2027. Okay, this is next year. I know my presence on the court will stir up strong opinions. This tweet is stirring up strong opinions. So your presence is going to stir up some strong opinions. We're in agreement. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. That's an important clarification. Okay, respectfully. Not here to mock. I'm not here to make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. Okay. That's an important component of the statement. I'm simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. So he wants the current rules to be applied equally to everyone. Okay. The rules that represent the very values many W.N.B.A. players and coaches have publicly advocated for. The rules that represent the values that many WNBA many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. I don't know about many. I don't know about the official. Well, he's giving us, this is what the rules state. But as a diehard fan of the WNBA since 1997, meaning we're going into the 27th anniversary of WNBA, 27. That's why I'm in history. People, please excuse the math. We're going to the 30th anniversary of WNBA next summer, which is a very important thing, because I remember Young Warthog 97. This is my freshman year, some of my freshman year, when ball was life out there hooping. I was loving watching women's basketball in the summer. Shout out to Cheryl Swoops. Shout out to Cynthia Cooper. Shout out to Tina Thompson. Shout out to Lisa Leslie. Shout out to Katie Smith. Shout out to Dawn Stanley. What? Shout out to the late, great David Stern. His vision created in this league so that these players could have the platform they deserve. Doggone it. What are we talking about? We discussed this last episode. Shout out Medina Dixon. Cheryl Swoops. Hold on. Cheryl Miller, who we didn't get a chance to see in their prime. What are we talking about here? Greatness! That we were deprived of seeing on the stage that they deserve, their own league. Come on now. And David Stern remembered that. Cheryl Miller said, I want in the N.B.A. Let's include that in the conversation that we're having right now because it's important. Cheryl Miller went to David Miller and said, I deserve to play. I can hoop in the N.B.A. Went to David and said that. Okay, and the decision was made at that particular time. This is, Cheryl's mid-80s, 84, that all-time great team. I'm talking about the 92 Dream Team. I'm talking about the 84 women's team. Stop it. But mid-80s, this was a conversation. It was a conversation. In the basketball community, it's known. Maybe we need a 30 for 30 about it. I'm all for it. We need a documentary about David Stern and Cheryl Miller, and that, which was a real conversation. David Stern seriously considered it. He gave it its just due. He didn't brush her off or, no. He seriously considered Cheryl Miller playing in the N.B.A., putting her on a stage where she could shine, and Medina Dixon and others. Crazy to me, people don't know these names like they should. All-time greats. But David Stern seriously considered that. And the eventual decision was, no, the N.B.A. is going to be a male league, and we cannot have women playing in this male league. But it didn't end there. It took another decade and change. We're talking about mid-80s. We didn't get the W.N.B.A. till the late 90s, 97. But we got it. Because David Stern didn't forget those situations. And that's why the 30th anniversary of W.N.B.A. is about more than basketball. It comes into the American conversation. The overall conversation about a women's basketball league and highlighting these tremendous, extraordinary athletes. So anytime people, the NBA loves the WNBA. Always had, always will. Period. Full stop. End of story. Come at me. Anybody that has something different to say. I'm here for it. Respectfully, we're going to have a respectful conversation. Hey, you talking to you stirred up, I'm 10 toes down. I feel strongly about it, and I'm that strength that comes. But you can bring your strength and your argument and your intensity, your passion. Bring it on in. I want to hear it. I'm here. Mi casa, su casa. Let's go. Let's go. All right, but this is a big deal in the 30th anniversary of the WNBA and what this league means. Okay, and how it's going to be another 30 glorious years of professional women's basketball. Okay? That said, let's finish the statement. I'm simply asking the current rules be applied equally to everyone. That's what he's looking for. Pause. The rules that represent the very values that many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. All right. Now, that's what I'm saying in relation to that point is, and maybe this can be a helpful inflection point in the conversation. I don't know what many the WNBA players and coaches are advocating for. I've seen a coach wore a shirt related to trans rights during a game. And I know a player recently made a statement about her views on eligibility in the WNBA. So I know of a player that recently made a statement, and I know of a coach that recently made a statement. And I've heard another player make a statement comparable to what the coach said. So that's 2 that I'm aware of, and I follow these things. So correct, come jump in, folks. And now this is this story coming up. But so when you say many, can we get a poll? Right? What do many WNBA players? And I think that's a part of why, this is just one side. We're not necessarily, it's not like a conversation. It's one side has one view, the other side has the other view, and there's not really a dialogue here, which is how you come to a consensus. It's how you raise the body of knowledge, right? Iron sharpening iron. You have the conversation. And so when he says many, that's one where I'm not sure what that is referring to. I only know of a couple people and themselves that have raised this issue on both sides, which they have the right to do. But I think it would be helpful. Now, maybe that's not something that we're talking about this season as the W.N.B.A., right? Because you're in the second half of the season. The All-Star game is over, so we're getting ready for the playoffs, and right? So maybe the W.N.B.A. does not, but I don't see any reason why it couldn't. Like, the league's going on. Let's talk about it, why people the eyes are on the league. I don't know if there's going to be as many eyes on the league once the games stop happening and football comes in, hoops, NBA gets going, baseball gets going. You're not going to have the eyes on the conversation in September, October. Certainly in October, when WNBA season is finishing up, the highest level of basketball. Shout out to the finals that we've seen recently, the Lynx breaking through and getting into the finals, the Aces doing what they do. We had some knockdown, drag-out finals with the Liberty and the doggone Aces. Breanna Stewart on one side, Aja Wilson on the other side. Both teams, Lord, that were awesome. 5-game thrillers. Stop talking to me. The WNBA, people talk about quality of play. Please. The battles between the Liberty and the Aces over the years, box office. Stop it. Okay? Hey, you feel differently? And let me go ahead here because I'm going off. I'm going off here. Let me just make sure. Let me make sure that, you know what I mean? Let me do okay, because I know I got to get my chat right. But the youth's okay. We having a conversation. You're welcome in the conversation. You're welcome in the conversation. Come on in. But, let me just check to see that we have, okay. Okay, we're good. Good, things good. I'm just learning of this and all right. So I don't know. So we have the Enes Freedom statement. Okay. Royce comes through. He got a 5-minute, almost a 6-minute talk, which might not be able to get up for you. They be shutting me down. You know what I mean? Copyright and this, that, and the third. That's why the Facebook is not up. Facebook has been slapping your boy around relative to copyright. I thought I've been, I haven't been, you know what I mean? Facebook been on me on that copyright. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Right? I gotta have my little, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I gotta have my little energy that I bring into the situation. But I'm doing it respectfully, with Facebook. Even before I put on a little bit of a hook. Even before I use Slice of Life. I just have to understand it. Facebook is like, you gotta go. Facebook is giving me the DJ Jeff treatment. You know what I mean? One hand shoulder, one hand on your britches. That Uncle Bill style. Forcing me out quickly. I'm being kicked out on this. What do? I just gotta preach on the screen. I'm talking. I wasn't in my, you know what I mean? But Facebook been kicking me out, so So I'm a little cautious. So I'm not going to put the Royce, but he got a 5-minute talk. Okay. All right. I'm simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. Okay. The rules that represent the very value many, and that's what we're talking. We're talking about the many, the very values W.N.B.A players. I said, for me, I don't know about many because we have no poll data. Take a poll, see what the league thinks. That's, I think, important. We're not actually having, it's one side that is involved in this issue, and on one side, the other side is involved. But the rank and file of the W.N.B.A, I don't know. But I think that would be helpful. They represent the values many W.N.B.A players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure my team and I. Okay, man, I ain't alone, bro. Okay, he said I got it. I'm picking up what you're putting down, my friend. He's in my team and I. He ain't say me. He's in my team and I, bro. Got a team, okay. Are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. He used a bit of legalese right here. I got to read that again. He looked like he done consulted somebody with a legal background, somebody that got some degrees on their wall. Got to read it again. My team and I are prepared. So he says, my team, it's not just me, and we are 10 toes down. Okay. To ensure. Hold on a second now. I got to stop it. So for me, what he's saying there, my team and I, but not just me, okay, and we are prepared, meaning we're not, this is strong language. Is he that committed? I don't know, because this is just, I haven't heard anything from him before on this issue. Okay, but he's coming through with some strong language here. Precise, direct language. It's my team, it's me, we are prepared. And then he said, to ensure. Meaning, as far as I can see, these are the rules you currently have on the books. So unless there is a change in your guidelines, which of course every league is allowed to do and does during the offseason, you have your competition committee and they make decisions. NFL people, you realize the kickoff looks very different. They went to the XFL. All right, Vince or whoever was doing his thing, they said, all right, we'll take that, thank you. Vince is like, can I get, no, stay over there. I don't know if the XFL got anything beyond, like, NFL took their kickoff model. All right, that's ours now, thanks. Do we need like a truck? No, it's in, we're going to use that now. So you're not running down, no, none of that. We have a new kickoff. All right, I guess the kickoff's different. All right, good. I mean, yeah, okay. So leagues can change the guidelines relative to the state of the game, right? Baseball, we have a pitch clock. Tremendous. We have the automated ball strike system. You can challenge balls and strikes in baseball. Tremendous. Runner start on second base in the 10th. I think it should be the 11th. I think we should have one more inning of regular baseball. They're like, nah, we're going to start it right off. Okay. I don't agree with getting rid of the shift. All right, hit the ball somewhere else. And I don't agree with the pizza boxes for bases. No. Especially in baseball where everybody has like a protector on their hand. They got the hand warmer type joints. So, you know what I mean? So, no, we don't, you know what I mean? They can run faster because you're not worried about, you obviously use your hands. So, okay, so you can run that much faster. The contact can be more impactful because you have the cushion to get to that base. We don't need pizza boxes for baseball, for bases. That needs to come back. I'm sorry. Pitch clock, out of this world. Automated ball strike system, out of this world. I'll even concede, the extra innings rule, so we don't, but just put it to the 11th. But I don't mind rock with that. I don't like the pizza boxes. And I don't like outlawing the shift. But it just goes to the point that leagues can, these are living documents that can be amended. But the wording here, my team and I are prepared to ensure, meaning for me, so I'm reading this, that if the W.N.B.A. does not address their current eligibility rules and we go into W.N.B.A. says for whatever reason. Now, again, I think this is an important inflection point to really look at this issue and come to some consensus in terms of what you're doing, right? I think that's because it hasn't been the way this hasn't been challenged to date. W.N.B.A. has been a women's league for 29 years. There's been no men that played in W.N.B.A. There's been no trans women that have played in W.N.B.A. to date. And so what Enes appears to be saying is that if there's no change in these rules, let's finish the statement, okay? Team and I are prepared to ensure these rules are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. Okay, so you doubled and tripled down on that statement. They need to be equal, which is another way of saying they need to be consistent, which is another way of saying they need to be without exception. So I said the same thing 3 different ways. Are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. And I look forward to the hashtag W.N.B.A. honoring its stated principles. That's the next line is not a postscript, but it kind of feels like a postscript because he just said a lot there, but no PS needed. See you at training camp. Period. Full stop. I mean, folks, you know, now, but see you at training camp. Full stop. Okay. And then again, as I said, jump in if folks have something on this. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know what it is. We're talking you know, we're gonna get back. All right. So I know for a lot of folks, might not be in the basketball community, so on and forth. I get that. You're not a basketball nerd, as I am, proudly so, for many years. Okay. And it's Kanter, international prospect. You know, top. Okay. All right. So we're getting. All right. We got to get some art up here. All right. As I'm learning, and ain't no shame into the game, folks. You know what this is. Ain't no shame into my game. Your boy, you know, it's a busy day, man. It was a beautiful day. It was a busy day. Podcast is coming on, my passion project. A little bit late on the East Coast, where I have my residence. A little bit late on the East Coast, where I have my residence. But not really, because it's a Friday night. What are we talking about, folks? It's Friday night, man. Ain't late. It's a Friday night, and I'm ready to sing, get out my, and let the party. Hey, to we talking about here Friday night, man. It ain't late on the East Coast. All right, and I think this is a good. That's the art we're gonna use. It's not necessarily what I started with, but I think it's important just to kind of give a sense. Right, and I think we're gonna. So that's the statement as written. Okay. All right, so that's the statement. Right now, just to get, I know some folks might be like, "Who the heck is Enes Kanter?" Everybody not a sports nerd. All right, guys. Enes Kanter plays center. Right, he's 6'10", 6'11", man. We're not talking about Chef Curry, even though Chef Curry's bulked up, right? Not talking about a guard. Not talking about a small forward. Not talking about a power forward. We're talking about a center. Right? 6'10", 6'11", 230, 240, 250, whatever the case may be. And he's a big dude. Right? In the land of giants, he is. Shout out to Cooper Flagg. Right? Cooper's grew from like 6'9" to 7 foot over the summer. Another mango season. Right? So in the world of giants, he's on the taller end of the spectrum. He's not W.N.B.A. He's not 7'4", 7'5". Who is W.N.B.A.? He's a big dude. 6'11", broad shoulders. He's what we call, he's a banger in the NBA. He wants to get in there, rough it up. He's good. He's one of these big bigs that wants to play big. Almost a forgotten, lost art in the league. Everybody wants to shoot threes. He wants to get in, drop the shoulder, get the contact going on, and shoot over people. He's old school. He's playing inside. Defensively, he's capable of defending. It's not necessarily, but he's going to rebound. He's going to muck it up. Reminds me of like a Steven Adams type player. I love Steven Adams. He's just a big, strong, agile athlete. All right, and just a little bit of background now to kind of put this in context. He's from Turkey, political dissident. He's talked about human rights in his home country, the freedoms that we have in America that citizenry in Turkey do not enjoy. So we looked this up, changed his name, Enes Kanter Freedom. Right. So this is not, the point of fact here is this is not his first rodeo when it comes to a controversial topic, is the point. And it is not his first rodeo. Right? He's familiar with these lightning rod type of situations and issues. Respectfully. Okay? So that 2 points that needed to be established here. First, he's a big dude. We're not talking about talk about Allen Iverson, who's like 6 foot with his shoes on, 165 pounds, tough as nails. Right? Winning the Virginia football championship and basketball championship with that MO, 5'11", 160. Playing quarterback, Virginia, the biggest lead out there, rocking dudes, running with the ball. You got Lawrence Taylor out there chasing you. That ain't nothing. Y'all don't want this smoke. I don't know, just freakish athlete for his size. Out there with the muscle bound, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. Get it done in football, get it done in basketball, and just look at you like you would expect different. Shout out to, by the way, Dana Barros, who was the same way here in the Commonwealth, Zavarian Brothers. Dana Barros played that football for Zavarian Brothers, hard-nosed, smash mouth football. We move. We did. There's gonna be some movement in here, bro. There's gonna be some strength on strength going on in here. All that talking about, I'll do this to you. Okay, get on that line, bro. Hut. Right? You ever wonder? You ever see people that hit the gym consistently or play these like collision contact sports? How they're like mellow, the most easygoing dudes, and then folks that haven't been in the gym in years, months upon months, but be the first ones to chirp up, to puff up, to try to escalate something. Haven't done a push up and sit up, since they left high school, grammar school, whatever the case may be, but they want to escalate. Then dudes that are just in phenomenal shape, like thorough, just like. First of all, I just think they're just in better health. A lot of times, folks, you get ornery or you're not healthy. Yes, you're not healthy. That's a part of why you're upset all the time, because you're not healthy. So that factors in. And then, of course, habits. Think about this. What is it? Insanity, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. I certainly fall in that category. Do the same things. I don't change my behavior. So you get some of the bad saying, you want better, you better do better. These folks that are, I was at uni today. Some of these folks are in tremendous shape. Yeah, they're also up at 4 o'clock in the morning, getting that workout in, not eating anything after 8 o'clock. Fruit smoothie, all healthy, natural, fully hydrated, watching their calories. Right? Yeah. That's how you get in good shape and stay in good shape as you get older and older. It's harder and harder. And these folks are doing the work. You ain't doing the work, but you complain about the results. What's going on? Okay? So back to N.C.A.A, folks. Just noting, Allen Iverson or Data Barrows, who are about average height and have tremendous functional strength, as I noted, based on the championship they won on the gridiron and the basketball records. Data Barrows averaging 50 doggone points his senior year without a three-point line, shooting threes from half court and only getting 2 for him. Stop it. Talking about here. Shout out to Teddy Dupay, who did that in Florida. Similar type deal. Teddy Dupay is about the same size as Dana Barrows. 5'9", 5'10" at best. All-time leading scorer in the state of Florida. Talk about athletes that they have in the Sunshine State. Please. Yeah, Teddy Dupay is all-time, one of the all-time leading scorers. 5'9", 155 pounds, soaking wet. These are just supreme athletes. Muggsy Bogues, throw him in the mix. Supreme athletes. So Enes not that. He's just he's athletic, but he's just a big dude. He's a big guy. So that's a part of this conversation that we're having right now, folks. Even if it was somebody that was, 5, just barely 6 foot, meaning other players are going to be taller than this person, right? The Lisa Leslie, Breonna Stewart, these guys, these ladies, excuse my French, these players are 6'4", 6'5", sometimes 6'6", 6'7". Breonna Stewart 6'8". Okay, so much taller. But Enes is going to be taller and he's going to be heavier than the competition in the W.N.B.A. And just to go up, so I saw the statement on Twitter. The colors are kind of similar, right? My Unity Day colors, W.N.B.A. colors. Shout out. Colors are similar. So so he did a statement. Got in the studio, delivered his statement. And then Royce made a similar statement. Wow. Just seeing some of this housing news. Starter home has been regulated out of existence in Massachusetts. 1,600-foot, 3-bedroom, 1.5 bathroom in Wakefield sold for $1 million. 125,000 over the asking price, receiving 15 offers with 5 days on the market. It is what it is. We'll touch on that story, but I'm going to show you what $1 million house looks like in Massachusetts. Okay, so I'm not seeing this. Let me refresh my Twitter. So this is a story, but it's not a lead story, except that I refresh my Twitter. It is kind of a lead story because Twitter just keeps at the top of my timeline. Again, I didn't know anything about this. I refreshed and they still got it at the top of the timeline, even though it's not officially. Okay. Okay. Just double checking. So it's out there. Maybe. I mean, it's a Friday. Do we call that a slow news day or something going in the weekend? Obviously, we got football going on now as well. We'll see where this goes. Okay, coming to my attention, based on the second player, who's Royce, who has a statement. We went through Enes' statement, which he also delivered on a platform, right? He didn't just put out a statement on Twitter. He went live to deliver that statement and then further, possibly, analysis. Okay. So this is important. Let me get my seat right. This is relevant. Another way of saying it's important. And as I said, both of those things, as far as SandCity Sports is concerned, and this would be my hope in the greater conversation, that it's respectful and considerate, right? Because there's important issues relative to sports, relative to the competitive balance in sports that this conversation is speaking to. All right. So anytime the competition is impacted, talking about gambling affecting the competition, we're talking about performance-enhancing drugs affecting the competition. Okay, these are serious conversations. If the games are rigged, then why do I need to spend 3 hours watching them if the outcome's already determined? Or if the scales are not balanced to give each team a chance to win? Then what am I investing? Time, energy, money into this. Okay, if the real conversation is taking place somewhere else that I'm not privy to. Okay, so this is central in sports, and then specifically within the W.N.B.A. We're going to stay on this. SandCity, we're going to come back to this. I would be remiss without saying that this is kind of the fourth or fifth time this topic has been highlighted, right? Sophie Cunningham gave her views on the statement. Gotta get the name of the coach. Right? Didn't have, look at that name. Cheryl Reeve. Right? Had a statement, her shirt had a statement saying trans kids belong. Which, let me just take a look at, and again, reaffirm what I said before. Is that everybody has a right to their opinion, but your opinions are best stated in civil, respectful, thoughtful fashions. That's on both sides. That's just in general, right? And so, the idea of belonging, the idea of dignity, okay, are all a part of this overall conversation, just across the board. Okay, sense of place, a sense of communal respect, self-respect, are intertwined in this. And so it's important. I keep saying it's important. Obviously, so that's not necessarily effective grammatically or theoretically. What this conversation is, what this conversation amounts to, is something that's needed, right? This is something that is taking place kind of on the periphery, which is right. That's not when you get the best conversations, rather than a forum within the forum of ideas. Thoughtfully, respectfully stated. Again, is the W.N.B.A. going to be the place for that? This is a sports league. I think the W.N.B.A. is going to be the place for their rules, right? W.N.B.A. is going to be the place to decide what they want to do, and then the further conversation will take place in the court of public opinion. Right, so the different sides of this, will have. Those aren't always the most thought out. If you're locked into one view, locked into the other view, which is all right. Sometimes, it's fine to be on one side of the aisle and the other on this or other issues. But you have to recognize there is another side of the aisle, and at the end of the day, we are all people within a collective body. So this is an opportunity to lead for the W.N.B.A. What's their rule going to be? Will the rule be changed, amended in the off season, or will it not? And then what is the consensus of the league? What do the players in the league think? What do the coaches in the league think? What do the And again, that brings us into that's where we do have a crossover. We have an example there in terms of how the WNBA handles this, because for years people were talking about Michael Jordan stepping into civil rights. Okay, what are the constitutional rights of people from the minority community? And for years, people said, Michael Jordan, you need to lift your voice, and you need to get involved and take a stance, as I and maybe others are saying to the WNBA. And of course, Michael Jordan's famous reply was, Republicans buy shoes too. You understand me? I'm a businessman. You got me? So you're not going to tell me how I'm going to do me. Republicans buy shoes too. And Michael Jeffrey Jordan is a businessman. You heard? You ain't going to tell. And that's one of the things, Michael, who does give millions behind the scenes, but he's not going to be the out front person like other, superstars. All-time great. He's not going to be. That's not who he is. That doesn't mean he's not involved in these issues in different ways. Let's keep it 100 on that. But he's not, and he has every right to not be out front on these civil rights issues. That's his prerogative. It's his brand. Those are his billions of dollars. He's the one that been up at 4 o'clock in the morning to have greatness expanded over decades. He's the one that can't go to Walmart without 5 security guards around him. Him. Not Joe Schmo. And Michael Jordan's a man of few words, but he's firm on that. And that's where I get what he, I'm picking up what he's putting. You're not going to tell me because you ain't walking in these shoes. So you get on your high horse, you do the virtue signaling, okay? Miss me with all of that. You come through, you make your statement, you give me the information, and bounce. You ain't deciding there nothing over on this side. Okay, and that's, again, where people, myself included, I've gone over the line in my zeal for the greater good. And you mute your message by going overboard rather than informing people, making them aware, and recognizing they got the right to do what the heck they gonna do. The benefit is in the information, the transfer of knowledge, so that they are aware and they have the access to do what they are going to do. But you don't make no decision for nobody else. Nor should you try. You inform, you encourage. At the end of the day, they gotta live with it. You gotta live with it. I think that is informative back to the W.N.B.A. that Enes is saying that many players feel a certain way. I have not seen anything to verify that. And I don't know if the W.N.B.A. is going to verify that. And thinking it and talking about it, they may say we are a sports league. We are focused on basketball. It's a statement, so we are keeping it about basketball. Now the question could be relative to the rule. Do you agree with the current W.N.B.A. rule as written? That would be a poll, very specific. Do you agree with this W.N.B.A. rule as written, or do you believe the rule needs to be refined to be more specific? That's something that can be polled and is directly related to the business of the W.N.B.A. and would be helpful. If the W.N.B.A. is going to act on this. If the W.N.B.A. doesn't act, and, ain't nothing to see here, we all do that when it's somebody, you're not rocking with for whatever reason, and maybe sometimes discretion is the better part of valor because that conversation could quickly escalate into an argument and then go beyond that into a physical confrontation. I ain't having it today. You know what I mean? I ain't got time for you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You probably ain't got time for me. So you said hello. I can't give you, which for me, that is, I always try to give a hello back, even if it's a quick, what's up, bro? And then I'm real short with it. I'm good. Then one word answer is good to see you, bro. I gotta keep moving. You know what I mean? But I do try to give that. If you say hello to me, that's I'm from the Guard State. That's my roots, bro. I'm sorry. I just feel the tri-state, baby. What's cooking, baby? You good? I'm good. That's all. If somebody gonna say what's good, even if we ain't really, I'm good, man. I'm gonna at least take that olive branch. And if it's a really bad situation, how you doing? You good? I'm good. Because if we don't have a situation, if we're not really on good terms, right? And it's tough for me to say I'm good, but then I freeze them out. then that situation gonna get even icier. And then that's something that person can, well, I said what's up, but that person didn't reciprocate. So that, you know what I mean? Whereas I could have just reciprocated. Doesn't mean we're gonna be my ace coon boom. Doesn't mean we're gonna be cool, but at least we can just share that little bit of common ground. Just a hello, hello, hello. I'm out. Doesn't mean you feel any differently about me. I mean, I feel any differently about you. We still advocate for what we're advocating for, but we at least had the hello. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Because sometimes we can't even do that. Sometimes it's just, I can't, you know what I mean? You say hello to me, no. So then that distance gets further and further. Because I'm the type of person, you egg me once, bro. I can't, you know what I mean? Unless I got that good, right? I need help. If somebody eggs me once, that's something for me that's like, it bothers me. It bothers me. And I was like, yeah, you ain't gonna egg me again. But when I do get lifted up and encouraged, you know, and like today, Unity Day, put wind in my sails, that gives me the wherewithal to try again. And I might get a no again, but honestly, you know what I mean? Once, because again, that's not how I get down, bro. I'm sorry. New England, that might be your thing. That might be how you communicate and whatever. I'm tri-state. I'm Summit, New Jersey. Stop it. I'm Rockland County, New York. I'm 9W going into the city, the GW. Pay that 20, 25, 30, whatever dollars. That's, you know what I mean? I say, well, how you doing? Oh, you good? I'm good. Okay. How did Gabagool? Gabagool, we're good. That's all we need. You don't like me, I don't like you. A little 1-2, but that's progress. That's some form of progress. Then we go our separate ways. But hey, how did Gabagool? And you just keep it moving. How that gravy over there? How them biscuits and grits? They good? You know what I mean? I'm trying to start something. And you just keep you just ignore me. You stay in the biscuits and grits, and you ain't give me no. You just, I mean, now of course biscuits and grits are delicious, so I understand that part. But you ain't give me nothing. I ain't gonna ask you about your biscuits and grits again. I mean, all right, you can just stay up in that omelet all you want, and I ain't no questions. But when I got to get better at that, because at the end of the day, you're going to regret the distance. A lot of times we regret the distance at the end of the day when it's all said and done. We wish we could have gotten back to at least common courtesy. We wish. We don't like, and getting older, right? You wish you could have left it on at least those terms when it's all said and done. So that's as I get older, I learned that, you know what I mean? So I hope to have that, just keep trying, right? They probably not going to, whatever, man. I get to the point, I don't really care. I'm going to extend. I'm not going to be in your business, but I'm at least say hello. If I say hello to 5, 6, 7 people, I'm going to say hello to you as 8. Okay, I can do that. That's the other thing for me with the Facebook. I got my feelings one year, and because somebody ignored me, right? A colleague ignored me. I gave them what's up. They just breezed me. All right, ain't going to happen again, bro. Now, when we see, we ain't talking now. And that's how familiarity, for you working folks out there, I don't know if you feel that, that's how familiarity breeds contempt. That's why it's challenging to maintain relationships, right? It's challenging to maintain these relationships that we have because familiarity breeds contempt. So, you know, you're familiar, but it doesn't have to breed contempt. It could breed appreciation, and just because you see this person day in and day out, you understand their humanity. They're going through it just like you're going through it, you know, so you can, but somebody's having a bad day, or maybe they just don't like you, whatever it is, but you give them a hello, they breeze you. And I work in education. That's one of the things that's like, okay, right? You know, I kind of picked that up. Now, what is best for me as an educator, for anybody out there in your workforce, is to just kind of give them a mulligan. I feel like that's the best, and give them the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? That, okay. Now, you did expose yourself a little bit, because even if somebody, like if I'm having a bad day, but it's somebody that, you know, I respect, or that I just, you know what I mean, I'm still going to say what's up. So you don't really know when they egg you the first time if this person feels some type of a way about me, or, you know what I mean? It could be a bad day, but even on bad days, a lot of times, that's just me. So it could also reveal how this person is really feeling, which you should not discount. But for the greater good, I think they should get a mulligan while you keep it in the back of your mind. You haven't forgotten it, but give them a mulligan. You know, and then, but you know what I mean? I can still, but I'm going to say hello, but I need a little bit more distance now. I'm going to still, you know what I mean? Because I said hello in a collegial way, like, you know, how you doing? You know, colleagues all in one, and you egg me that first time. Okay, I don't know if it could be a bad day, or you might just like not like your boy for no good reason. That exists as well. That familiarity might have bred some contempt in you. Again, I didn't do nothing to you except show up to work and do my doggone job. That's how I get down. I show up to work, I do my job, I mind my business. I don't need to. No, I don't need to know. If it's not positive about this first person, I don't need to know their go through. I do not. That's how I rock. Okay. Other people, whatever. If I can, I help them with their go through. Is there a part of their go through that I can assist them with? If it's out of my control, beyond just being a good dude to them, I don't need to know about it. No, don't need to know. I wish you the best. Life is tough out there. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I don't need. That's me. So I mind my business. Other people might, you know what I mean? Whatever. You do how you do. If I can help and if I can assist, you know, then I would like to know how I can help or assist. If I can't, and that person didn't tell me, but themselves, then, you know, because again, we get older. I can imagine there's certain type of a go through. I don't need to know. So I do what I do. I keep to myself when I give people their space, and I'm out. But somebody that eggs me the first time, and I know I didn't do nothing to them, I'm gonna give them a mulligan. It could have been a bad day. I'm gonna give myself a little bit more distance the next time. I ain't gonna, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna come in close, but I'm gonna still say hello. I'm gonna still say hello. Then you egg me the second time. That's 2 strikes, bro. Now I need to, you know what I mean? A prayer. I gotta cross myself. I have to, right? Because now you don't egg me twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You don't egg me twice, bro. I didn't like the first time. I tried to be the big man. You egg me twice, bro. Twice. Now I might like I need a good laugh from like my fantasy league, or I'm gonna need some encouragement to say what's up to you a third time because now you don't get now I'm digging up stuff from the past and other things are coming up that this has happened before, and you're starting to annoy me. You start to annoy me with the second egging. Okay, but again, older, hopefully a little bit smarter, a little bit more knowledgeable. I hope. I don't know. I hope. Okay, recognizing I'm gonna have to talk this out to my people, get that good encouragement from my people. I'm gonna need a little bit of support to say hello to you like a good colleague, like just a good dude, like my good New Jersey roots. I'm gonna need something to say it to you a third time. If you egg me the third time, okay, I did what I could do. I did what I could do. I can't keep saying what's up to you no more. That's 1, 2, 3 strikes. I got to. Okay, I got to put them blinders on. When I'm in the hallway, I got the 1,000-mile stare, bro. Okay, you walking one way, I'm walking another way, right? Interestingly enough, I talked to a friend of mine who had his ups and downs and was on a much better path. He's actually a friend of a friend, my good buddy N.C.A.A, who's helped me so much and given me perspective and listen, to me when I have gone through, and hope I vice versa lend an ear when he has things to discuss. But and he was moving, and I stopped by to help him one day, and I was talking with his buddy who was kind enough to help him move that day, and we got to talking, and his buddy was saying he had been locked down for a time, and he was just discussing it, or it might have been Endicott talking about his buddy in their conversation, but he's like, listen, essentially, like in jail, you don't look at people in the eye, because that's taken in certain jails, in certain incarceration situations, as offensive to actually look at somebody. So his buddy was like, you get real good at looking past people. We walking in the hallway, I'm looking, I can, you know what I mean? I can see. Obviously I gotta watch my periphery and whatnot, but I'm not going to make eye contact with you or with the folks, that I don't know, or you know what I mean? I'm not making eye contact. I'm just, you know what I mean? I see you, I know you're there, but there's not going to be eye contact. There's not going to be a hello. You're right. And because it's perceived as a insult in certain situations, in certain penitentiaries. But that person that egged me 3 times, gave him the one, you know, mulligan on one, gave him 2. Now I got to get some encouragement. I gave you 3. Now, okay, so That's enough. That's enough. What's ups? That's enough. I'm on that. I'm on that look past mode, bro. I'm on that look past. If you're with people, how y'all doing? I'm not. How are y'all doing? Y'all good? I'm not saying how are you. How are you, Bob? How are you, Cindy? How are you, Jamie? How are you, Lily? I'm not. How are y'all doing? Y'all is good. Well, I'm good. It's addressed in the you know what I mean, the group setting. I ain't addressing no individuals because no. And maybe we'll go down the stretch. We'll have a time, but no, 3 strikes and you're out, buddy. Okay. Previously, it was 1 strike, so I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get better at that. Um, I still, again, I wish you the best in your go through because we're all in different modes. I wish you the best, but we can't have no more communication. We can't do it no more. After you egg me the 3 times, no, we done. That's over with. So relative to the W.N.B.A. folks, I hope, as I check the chat, I hope that the conversation in the W.N.B.A., which as I'm reading this, is going to be a conversation. You have 2 NBA bruisers that have said they want in next year. One, I didn't, Royce, he gave a 5-minute statement. Enes, from the looks at this and his background, he appears to be serious about this issue and about what he's trying to, his statement. So I'm taking him at his word. That he is committed to playing in the W.N.B.A. next season. I don't think this is a stunt. I don't think it's a gaffe. I don't think it's and just based on like how he worded it, saying I don't want to be, mock or, no. This is your rule. Okay. So I want it. If you change your rule, if the rule changes, his thought process might change. I don't know. But he appears to be saying, I'll see you next season. Taking a man at his word. And so we shall see. Excuse me, folks. We shall see. We're getting back to the Red Sox. Yes, indeedy. We are getting back to the Boston Red Sox. Yes, sir. And their chances to win the WNBA, Major League Baseball championship. But before we do, just real quick, slice of life. For the working class heroes out there and day-to-day folk, we working-day people. What John Lennon said, a working class hero is something to be. Working class hero is something to be. Shout out to John Lennon. Shout out to the Beatles. Remember I heard yesterday when I was in 7th grade. Awesome. Impactful. I asked the teacher to make a copy of it. She did on the VHS, so I took it home with me. That house, this is a $1 million house in Massachusetts. 3 beds, 1.5 baths. That's $1 million right there. Went on the market for 6 days. They had 15 offers. Final offer was $100,000 plus, $125,000 more than what they was asking for. My Commonwealth people, you correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it was that long ago that you could buy a house for $125,000, or maybe $250,000, like $250,000 was a house. And like 125,000 could have got you a starter house and or like a condo. This joker sold for $1 million. 3-bed, 1.5 bathroom. Hey, let's be clear. Get all your money. Okay, what is a good deal? What somebody thinks is a good deal. That's what a good deal is. You think it's a good deal? It's a good deal. So if that's what people are going to pay me, I'm gonna take every single last dime. You have every right. For the buyers out there, I mean, is it time to watch the Tiny Home documentary on Netflix, which was dope? I don't know. I also see people that buy school buses and renovate those. I mean, I stopped riding a cheese wagon after sophomore year. That was a big come up for me, driving to school. That was a big deal. Junior year, getting rides, driving, on my come up. I don't know. Something though. 3 beds, 1.5 baths. I think this is out in Wakefield. The aesthetic is nice. The landscape design is nice. I ain't gonna say it's not. But you paying $1 million for, and you ain't even got 2 bathrooms. You got to pay $1 million for the 1.5 joint. So that's 1 working shower. So it is what it is. Let's get back to the Red Sox, right? Started with Boston. Went here, we went there. We're doing what we got to do. SandCity Sports by for the fans. Hope you're doing well out there. Jump in, join the conversation. You know what this is. Let's see what's going on with the chat. Chat is pretty much good. It's good. I don't want to miss any commentary. We put the commentary up on the screen. We let people know what it is. These different platforms. Very good. Twitter is good. IG is good. We're good across the board. Charles Barkley. Pickleball is the gift that keeps on giving. Keeping people in shape, but also keeping them going to the doctors for bumps and bruises. At Kittle on his platform. Folks, Red Sox. 31 of the last 35. Let's see where they are. Have they usurped? Are they... Diamondbacks knock off the Dodgers? Okay. Let's get the MLB joints, the MLB standings. All right, still 5 back from Tampa, only a game back of the Yankees. 9 straight. Yeah, how's this? Hot tamale. Nine straight games. Don't need the dead air. Glad to see folks is doing well. Just a quick checkup. All right, Red Sox. Okay. And I don't know if this conversation is as much about the Red Sox as it is about the prohibitive favorite LA Dodgers. Right? This is wide open in Major League Baseball. This is anybody's ball game. What are we talking about right here? Okay, Rays 69 wins. Atlanta Braves 70. Brewers 72. Okay, so this Brew Crew ain't playing no games. Cubs 68. Dodgers 69 wins. Braves 70. Phillies trailing behind 62. So the Brewers, the Dodgers, Braves, Tampa Bay have kind of created a little bit of distance for themselves. Houston in the West far off the pace. White Sox far off the pace. White Sox 59, Houston 60. 10 games back of our league leaders, but and the Red Sox are kind of 65 right there. Still a couple games back, in all fairness. Okay, but the strength and then proud franchises who have been there. I'm looking at, this is wild, that Milwaukee, Atlanta, or the Dodgers is not going to go to the National League Championship Series with all of these wins. You're going to have one of the league leaders not even make the conference finals in the West. Okay, between the Dodgers, Milwaukee, and Atlanta, and that very well could be the Dodgers. Okay, this whole coronation is over. Going back to the East, it's in the AL East. Right? Top 3 wins in the league are all in the AL East. And Baltimore, with only 56 wins, is 3 back of the White Sox and 4 back of the Astros. Right? So the winner of the AL East, or one of those 3 teams, is likely to represent the American League. I'm not sure why the Yankees are allowing Tampa Bay to steal their thunder. Doesn't make sense to me. And not that just because it's a bigger market, yada yada yada. That's kind of a right, because you could say the same thing about Milwaukee and how Milwaukee, right, is hanging right there with Milwaukee is right there with the Dodgers. Okay, and there's no comparing their payrolls. Right? So that's my argument. The Red Sox, can they win it all? Yes. They can win the championship outright, proving they can beat the Dodgers. And when you have the best teams in the league all in the same division, right? Right? How the heck does Georgetown lose to Villanova in the 85 National Championship game? Well, Villanova played them however many times during the regular season. A little bit of the lust, they're not intimidated. They've taken their lumps. They've been in those moments. This isn't the first time they're playing a team that is notably better than them. Okay, they're used to getting knocked around by the St. John's of the world, by the Georgetowns of the world. You know, and other strong teams, Seton Hall, Providence, etc., etc. So that's how they're able to steal a national championship, which should have been back-to-back. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, wasn't. From the Hoyas. So in terms of the Red Sox. Yeah, Tampa Bay is looking like they're going to, have the lead. I'm going to say looking. We got a long ways to go. Tampa Bay is setting the pace. Right? Tampa's setting the pace. I got you. But they're not striking fear into the hearts of the Boston Red Sox, are they? Not at all. Boston looks at them. Amen. We've been through this. We're not impressed. I.e. UConn, Duke in 99. Right? Not impressed by Duke. Coronation, stacked team, pro after pro, on and on and on. UConn, under the capable leadership of Jim Calhoun, grew up in Dorchester here in the Commonwealth. All right, yeah, that's all good and well, but we here too. Right, Jim Calhoun would have grown up with the Patrick Ewings at Cambridge Range and Latin, coached by one Mr. Mike Jarvis in those inner city battles. All right, not impressed. I got respect, not stupid. All right, but not impressed. You understand? What, you know what I mean? This Red Sox team, this swagger, what we doing? Y'all here and we here. What are we talking about? Home field away. Ain't no difference. The Central, the West, Boston coming through like, we got nothing to lose. So, they prove it. Tampa Bay doesn't handle. New York doesn't handle. They can take it to them. And what I like about this team, but we'll see when the rubber meets the road in money time. What I like about it is they've taken some lumps. They've taken some heavy hits. They've been slept on. They've been disrespected. They've been dismissed. They've been underestimated. Okay? And that builds up. That's why it's good to lose. At the youth level, it's good for you to lose. It's good for Kobe Bryant to shoot those air balls. And Shaquille O'Neal and the other veterans to ostracize him. And him to go through those, because that lit the fire that raged for the rest of his career. What are we talking about? When you're in the valley, learning your lessons. That's the foundation for long-term success and sustaining, maintaining. Boston's been through that. So my read, if they get into that and not believe the rest of the things, not believe the hype, not believe they're anything better than what they are, and just go put the hard hat on like some of on Rave. It's not the last game. Only game for the Harbor Hornets. We'll get it up this season. Come on. Come on, I don't know. Come on, let's go. But you know what I mean? It's going down. It's going down. Hawks aren't backing down tomorrow. Bravos aren't backing down tomorrow. Somebody got to win. Somebody got to lose. It's going down. I think Boston is. My read is that they have what we call that eye of the tiger. The eye of the tiger. Right? I mean, the train is leaving the station, folks. Pull that thing down, blow the whistle. Yeah. That's another good one. Blow the whistle. I have to get that out for you. That's another good one. So, yes, Red Sox can win it. You know what I mean? That's will they represent am I going that far? I can't go that far right now. So that's like a half measure that I'm taking. I got you. It's a half measure. It's a half measure. All right. So okay. But I'm gonna have my favorites. I'm gonna have my picks. I'm not gonna dither in no man's land for the rest of the summer. We ain't doing that. We're not gonna dither. I'm gonna come through with mm-hmm. How's everybody out there doing in television land? Let's just go through. Check my. We doing good. Check and double check my chat. Check and double check my chat. It's good. In case of the hiccups, get that hydration going on. Get that hydration going strong. Something coming. All right, but let's keep it. You know, I mean, we can't have no right. That's poor. Right, we live right now, folks. We got to keep this thing moving and grooving and getting it. But always want to leave that time. Make sure I miss something. Make sure that we include y'all is out there. Y'all good in television land. Your boy is good. Cape Cod Kid, Passion Project, Summer Night. We got a little heat wave going on. You know what I mean? Party in the city where the heat is on all night of the day to the break of dawn. I mean, we got a little Miami, a little hot out here, bro. I'm all for it. Like 76 degrees right now, 126 in the morning. Bring it on. Bring it strong. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Bring it. Bring it. This is awesome. Late night, you know, because it's going to be woo when the fall come in. Woo. No. I had to dive into the AC a little bit. I had to get into all of those things. And so you know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing. Mm. All right, let's keep it moving and grooving. Michael Porter Jr. Happy for him with the Nets getting an opportunity to cook a little bit more. He got a chance to cook a little bit more with the Nets, and then he's been active on the pod circuit with his takes, so on and forth. It's been good to see. Sand City. See if we're gonna just navigate our next talking point, and in the meantime, appreciate y'all. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna head to college for a second. 2 points from college, both coming from Stores, Connecticut. How y'all doing? Y'all good? We're gonna head to college. Coach Hurley has a couple things to say. When Coach Hurley talks, your boy listens. Um, so Coach Hurley is sounding the alarm, and this kind of dovetails. I saw another that we're gonna have to add to this. Right. I'm gonna have to add to this. So we're talk college hoops, talk about the eligibility, state of the game type stuff. Sand City by for the fans, passion project. Late night, but it's a Friday night, so we're good. It's a beautiful thing. Hope y'all are good. Summertime, the weather is good. Keep your people close, keep them in mind, in your heart, in your prayers. Reach out, let them know. Keep the as as possible, right? As you're going through, right? What you got to go. All right, just make sure I got my Sand City. The logo is up there. That's good. All right, let's talk hoops. I know it's going to be the college hoop season. They were talking about college basketball, but we have the college football season to discuss. Coach Hurley with the Natty team led by Donovan Clingan of Portland fame now, who's from Connecticut, who didn't play on a sneaker team. I don't mind telling you. So there's Donovan, there's Luke Murray, who's now in Boston. Trying to bring the Eagles back into competitiveness. But Coach Hurley, he's been vocal, about the state of college basketball and the eligibility rules. Which recently became more lax. Wicked federal judge in Colorado granting a preliminary injunction and blanket waiver for athletes in the 2022 high school class to play a 5th year under the new NCAA rules. So the climate's unsustainable. This is Coach Hurley saying this. Auditions this close to the start of class. Teams can begin to practice 42 days before their first game. Impact high school players and create an unfair advantage. The high school kids are losing out on opportunities. Talking about the high school kids, caring about the sport. All right, so the NCAA recently decision to block potential fifth-year players under its new 5-year age-based eligibility rules. Shout out to the NCAA. Pursued a series of state and federal cases that will either successfully fight in court or lose. You are the NCAA. At root, you are a consolidating factor for these academic universities. You can't tell me that there's not lawyers at Duke or Harvard or Stanford or Texas or North Carolina that can't support your arguments. That's me. NCAA shouldn't be losing these cases with all the brain power that it has under its umbrella. That's me. On Friday, Texas Tech announced that former Big 12 first teamer Darian Williams went to the 2026 N.B.A. draft, but was not selected, was returning to the Red Raiders following a 1-year stint at NC State. Florida's Denzel Aberdeen could be a major addition to the Gators roster, and Donovan Dent, former UCLA star, is a rumored addition for multiple programs, right? So it's musical chairs, right? There's no rhyme or reason to it. I'm glad the NCAA came through with their new 5-year eligibility rule based on age. You know, like when you're graduating high school, you got 5 years after that to play for. You know, getting rid of the 27, 28-year-olds. Okay, playing against 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds. That's not what college sports is about. Again, it is college sports. It's not the minor league. If you want to call it a minor league basketball, don't we have that in the G League? I don't know if many people watch the G League because there's no connection to time, place, and self. That's what undergirds college sports. There is a connection. I went to this university. I feel a connection to this school. I feel a connection to these teams. Or my family went to this university, and I wanted to go to this university as a kid. Or, you know, I tried to go to this, you know, there's a connection to the central focus of the institution, which is to educate the hearts and minds of the youth. Up to and through this artificial intelligence age. I know it's another conversation we're having about the need for a college education, which I can't stress enough. It's important for you to explore the life of the mind, not the machine. Now, you're not going to be as smart as these supercomputers. Point taken. But you can be as smart as the populace, the other human beings, right? In terms of the different subjects, the humanities, the arts, the sciences, so on and forth. Yes, you know, machines are going to be doing a lot of things, but that does not mean you can't or shouldn't be able to do a lot of these things. Right? That whole argument that we're having, and it's a conversation, and I'm working in school, so it's going to be worthless. I just push back on it 1,000%. Knowledge is never worthless. Wisdom beyond knowledge is priceless. Right? The ability to discern, the ability to distinguish, the ability to wait, the ability to have patience, perseverance. This is what you learn through your college and high school and possibly further educations. You learn these things through the struggle and the challenge. If you never go through the struggle and the challenge, you're not going to learn these things. Okay? And you're going to forever be dependent. Just talk to you about like an example that I had relative to music, not being able to play an instrument. How about like vocational? I remember I laughed my way or cheered my way out of shop class. I cheered my way when I was in 8th grade. I did not want to do shop. I wanted to do home economics. Do I know how to fix up all of these things around the house myself, or do I have to subcontract all that stuff? Do I know how to change a doggone car tire? I'm spitting facts, folks. There's no shame in the game. No, I don't. Yes, YouTube could show me. Wonderful. I don't. Because I didn't take that shop class because it wasn't cool and the other cool kids weren't in the class, and I wanted to follow the crowd, and I wanted to get involved in all the daily drama that is adolescence, and that's what I focused on. And I don't know how to do these basic handyman things. Basic. Or if I do need to learn how to do them, I need to check YouTube and sit down for an hour or two. So the rise of the machines and how they're going to impact the economies and so on and forth, and these tech giants that are these, talk about surveillance state, we can have those conversations. Individuals need to know the difference between one or two things. If you rely on somebody, you empower somebody. If you rely on something, you empower something. Right? What did we learn from Denzel on Training Day? Ain't nothing free in this world. You're reliant on that, so that has power over you because ain't nothing free. Ain't no free. Yeah, there is grace in certain instances, but that's not unlimited. And sooner or later, you're going to have to get your act together. You continue to rely, then you're continuing to give over your power. Period. So that's where I'm at. This conversation about college and these captains of industry saying it's irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. Knowledge is never irrelevant to a functional society. Along with this, I did see a statistic about, how countries in Asia have invested in education in their population over the years. And those investments in you have an educated populace, you have a capable populace, you have a functional populace, you have a resilient populace. Right? Forget about rock bottom for a second. Right? You ever hear Will Smith talk about clifftop? The perils of clifftop? David Foster Wallace, shout out to Infinite Jest. Talk about clifftop. What happens when you get the Jim Carrey? What happens when you get those things that are going to complete you and you still feel the same way? What now? Jim Carrey spoken to this. David Foster Wallace book Infinite Jest kind of speaks to the ups and downs, but then the man who went through the low lights, writing a 1,000-page book that nobody knew, understood, or thought anything much of, then it became this runaway, critically acclaimed success, and he has all the adulation and applause that he was lacking when he was flat broke and forgotten and dismissed and laughed at. Now he's on the other side of the spectrum, and he's the toast of the town and got money and has access, and people want to be around him, and he goes home at night and still feels the same way. It's when he was struggling to write the book. So he's still human. What do I do now? And of course, Will Smith, he gave it a term, clifftop. But this is the challenge of the aristocracy. The influential, wealthy, whatever you want to call it. This is their challenge. They have so much access to so many things without actual struggle and challenge. And many times it leaves you feeling hollow because you didn't struggle and challenge to earn the good stuff. That's what gives it greater meaning. That you struggled and that you struggled. What does this have to do with Bobby Hurley and the rules in college sports? What it has to do with Bobby Hurley is that these are colleges. These are institutions of learning. So I don't buy this narrative that they can't afford lawyers when they educate lawyers 24/7, 365. It's all they do. To win the argument that college sports, how are you losing the argument that college sports is for college students? When did that become controversial, questionable? When was that not sound, logical, firm ground? College sports is for college students. we've, and the answer is yes, we have lost that. We meaning those who care about college sports, person of whom is myself. You know who another part of the we is that's lost track of that hook, line, and sinker? The university presidents, the leaders of these intellectual institutions. Then you could throw in the political leaders, okay, of these states that a lot of their base comes from these intellectual institutions. To say that, right, a player has to get his market value. That's been, shout out to Ed O'Bannon. This is 31 years ago, 1995, UCLA national champions. The O'Bannon brothers, and I think Capone was later. I don't know if Capone was on those teams. Tyus Edney, those guys that got the Razorbacks out there, deprived Nolan Richardson of back-to-back championships, right? He's been saying, why is my name on ESPN, yada, 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 but if I don't get to the food court by 8, I'm going hungry. Shout out to LeVar Arlington. Shout out to TJ Houshmandzadeh. Shout out to Plaxico Burress. Shout out to Up On Game. We don't play a hate around here. We congratulate. So many great platforms. LeVar Arlington talks about this same thing, which is wild to me because he was on, Mount Everest or Mount Olympus when I was coming up 90s, and he was the linebacker at Penn State and just dominant. The next Lawrence Taylor, the whole 9 yards. Drafted second by the Commanders, and he talks about signing hundreds. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, hundreds of Sports Illustrated. Not a dime in severance or pay because that's against the rules. Talks about driving around after the cafeteria. This is LeVar Arlington. This is a person bringing in millions upon millions upon millions to your institution. And if he don't get to the mess hall like everybody else, he can't get a plate. Now, a part of that is the struggle that you need to, that's why Michael Jordan, in my view, is different than LeBron James, because he struggled for 3 years at Carolina with Dean Smith before entering the NBA. Whereas LeBron James had to struggle while being in the NBA. So it's the principal difference between those two, for me, is the college experience. Both all-time greats. We can go 1, we can go 2, we can talk about AAU, we can talk about old school, but in terms of their approach, right? LeBron had to learn and do himself. And with his group, his people, whereas Michael had Dean Smith, Carolina. So it's a clear-cut difference. But yes, these politicians, university presidents, the leaders, the enlightened ones, okay, win at all costs. Now, and that's where we get into, right, this real world versus education, because it's not win at all cost when you don't have the structure and the guidelines. Your product suffers. So the loss is passed on to the consumer. That argument is not sound and doesn't hold up. And these universities are printing money, and the product is suffering. It's not as good. The play on the field, the connections off the field. What makes college sports college sports? Friday night lights, Saturday night, okay, doing things the right way, or at least trying to do things the right way, matters. It makes a difference. And the course, harsh, whatever, to those basic principles, which does take place in the corporate world, in the multinational world, and it is strength might makes right. I get that. Okay? But if there is no transcendent theory behind your might, as we have learned through international policy, If you do not connect with the hearts and minds of a populace, you will never be able to effectively govern said populace. So might does not always make right if it's not connected with a greater good. Which these university folks know. Back to Danny Hurley, chip off the old block, his father's son, shining bright with those, the shoe game is strong. My boy Chai Kelleher would say we got heat on the feet, most definitely. Giving it to the refs. I'm a ref. I love it. I would love to referee a Danny Hurley game. Be an honor. You can yell at me all I want. It don't change nothing about this great environment. No, you don't need a T. Yes, there were some questionable calls in the last 2 minutes of the national championship game. Yes, I think it had to do with the situation with Danny that got blown out of proportion because he didn't do anything wrong after a historic shot because the referee came into his space and he just stayed in his space. He didn't do anything wrong. People talk about he should have been thrown out. Absolutely not. You have no understand. Well, I'm not gonna say what your understanding is, but go back and watch how that play unfolded. And this is something as a non-referee you might not understand, but I got no problem breaking it down. And maybe you understand what I don't understand. Jump in the chat, let me know. There was a historic shot. Split second later, there's pandemonium. When sports takes us to these levels, when Cape Verde tied it against Argentina, you're not thinking with your rational brain. Your emotional mind has overtaken the rational mind in the excitement. You're applauding, you're thrilled, you're not answering the Pythagorean theorem. The emotional has overtaken the cognitive. So that's where everybody is. Referee is trying to keep things on the straight and narrow, trying to keep things in line. Referee says himself, I can't ride this roller coaster. I got to be even keeled and keep it going. So what's he have to do? He has to notify the coaches of what the situation is with the timeouts, yada, yada, yada. I get you have to do that. Then you got to check the table. Then you got to get things ready for the resumption of play. I get all of that. Here's the thing. First of all, Bobby Hurley is not in his right mind, and then you just walk up on him. Right? It's one thing if you're delirious with joy and you bump in, you know what I mean? You're chest to chest, shoulder to shoulder with an assistant coach or a player, somebody you rock with. Hey, what's up, paisano? You know what I mean? Paisano, hey, opa, hey! Because we already got love and then we in a moment. What happened when you bump it when somebody you don't have rock with? These guys they disagreed beforehand. It's all up in your space. Nose to nose. First of all, it's like, what the heck are you doing here? We ain't cool. We just discussed this about people egging people. Why are you in my face right now? We ain't on that type of time, folks. He and the referee were not Goombada. So what you do as a referee in terms of game management when you're not Goombada with somebody and you have to deliver a message, you got to give the doggone buffer zone. Okay, coach, you got a timeout. Whatever. He heard you. He's not acknowledging you because y'all not cool. You guys already don't like each other. You don't need to be in close proximity. That's why one of the things of our officials, we call it game management. Yes, I will talk to a coach. Not good to ignore anybody. I will talk to you. But it has to be during a dead ball situation when I have the time. I can't talk to you during a live ball situation. I'm not juggling. I'm not officiating a game and holding conversation with you and holding conversation with the parent and holding conversation with the players. One by one, buddy. Yes, I'm calling balls and strikes. That takes content. I'm doing that first. You want to talk to me? Okay. Dead ball situation, timeout, free throw, right? Dead ball, there's some time. Then I will talk. We could have a little conversation. A lot of times it's doing a free throw. Yes, I'll talk to you. You didn't like the call. You didn't like yada, yada, yada. You think I have, rupees or chi-chi beans on the game and I'm getting rich, from refereeing youth basketball, high school. I got you. I got all that. I got you. I feel that, man. Okay, I'm about the game. I'm about the elevation of the community. I'm about community and sharing community, seeing a fair competition, one lose, another, get there, lose, one win, another lose, another time, shake hands, we get back to it the next day, another work day. Let's go. That's what time I'm on. That is, yes, and I'm a basketball person, so I see, myself as a hoops person, and that's how I try to officiate. What's good for the game, what's good for the players, what's good for the coaches, not try to have that greater good in your mind. So yeah, this coach doesn't like me. I might not, might not necessarily be my cup of tea. But it's important that we have these conversations when they want to have the conversation. It's important to have that talk and not for things to boil and that pressure to continue to rise. We got to have the talk. All right. So yes, this coach, we have previous history. They want the conversation. You're going to get a conversation. I'm not going to talk to you across the court to begin with. You want to talk to me? I'm coming over to the sideline. What do you want? Go ahead. Go. Talk. I'm not going to say anything. Talk. Make your point. A lot of times it's about the game. Then you might want to throw them in the previous situation. When you get personal, when you start to infringe upon my integrity as an official and imply that the scales are not balanced, which is my ultimate job, and that I'm not working in the best interest of the game. Okay? It's disrespectful. It's negative. But the heading that all this stuff falls under is it's unsportsmanlike. Sportsmanship matters. Again, back to the N.B.A. Excuse me, the N.C.A.A. These rules, these codes, they matter. It's unsportsmanlike when you attack my integrity relative to this game without any evidence to support said notion. And so once you take it there, I've given you a chance to talk about the play. I've given you a chance to maybe talk about what happened previously. If you're not coming back to the game and things that are specific to the game and you go to the personal level, the conversation is over. I'm walking away from you. I'm walking away from you. Now, you might have some things to say. Well, you so-and-so, you know what I mean? For me and for good officials and for officials that understand game management, you didn't tune into this game to see me run around in my zebra suit. You came to see Duke, UConn, Elite Eight, Transcendence. That's what you tuned in for. That's what we're striving for. Not me beefing with said coach. If we have to get down, we'll get down. Please. Right? You're a coach. You have a knowledge of the game. I've been doing this since, second, third, fourth grade. I go all the way back to CYO. Our Lady of Sacred Heart. Playing against St. Anthony's when he had a 5'9" kid. Thought he was going to be the next doggone Rafe LaFrenz or Chris Mullen or whoever. Last name was Young. Might have been Joe Young. I met another Joe Young on Cape. I think that was what his name is. I forget. He was 5'9" in like 4th or 5th grade. It was crazy. So that's how far I go back with this. You're not going to big time when it comes to hoops. Doesn't matter who you are. Even at the NBA level, you're not. It's going back to the 1991 NBA Finals. Come fly with me or learn how to fly with Michael Jordan. I watched that hundreds of times. You're not big timing me at the highest levels. This is my life. I work to be there. I do my best there. I'm not, it's not about me. I'm not stepping in to step in. If I step in with a call or, it's because that's what I honestly saw. Best of my ability. If we go to the replay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I don't think so. I've been doing this for a time. I believe, I work at it. If I step in, there's a reason I stepped in. Okay? So, coach, you got a basketball background. I got a basketball background. We're both here. I'm trying to elevate the game. Hopefully, you're trying to elevate the game, right? Once I walk away from you now, because I don't let you, you done said a couple things about me. You don't call me out my name. You know what I mean? You done been disrespectful. I will let a couple that don't go crazy with it now. 4-letter words, bringing in personal family members. Don't go crazy. But you want to talk about me and you know what I mean? I wear polka dot boxers, and how I run or how I look. I'll give you a little bit of that stuff. You know, I think I'm this, and I think I'm that. Okay, I'll give you a little bit of that. Don't go crazy, but I'll give you that. I'm not gonna step in. No, you speak. But if I walk across the doggone court and you keep up with the personal stuff, you continue so that everybody hears about it. You don't put me on blast for the entire gymnasium now with your tirade. It's not just me and you having a conversation. It's the entire gymnasium, having this conversation. You putting your boy, the Cape Cod kid, on blast. Now you in Charlie Murphy, right? You're not in Charlie Murphy. Shout out to Charlie Murphy. R.I.P. Charlie Murphy. You don't come into Prince mode now. Now you habitual. You done stepped over that line one too many times now, my boy. We had to talk, get you know what I mean? I hear your points. I got you. I'm gonna look for it. You know, you had your chance. I took, right? Now I'm back. Second free throw. I'm locked into that. We're going into a live ball situation. You continue to tirade, calling me everything but a child of God, and everybody in the gym hears it. Now you've challenged in front of everybody my authority, which you have a right to do. You got a right, but the way that you did it in front of everybody, okay. Okay. Now I'm more inclined to enforce that sportsmanship rule that you were teetering on when you started when you started with the personal talk. Now I'm more inclined to enforce it. And you keep going, and everybody in the gym knows it, and you won't stop. Okay, now I got to throw the lightning bolt at you. Now you're getting the technical. Now you're getting that first tee. Yeah. Calm, cool, collect. It's not a conversation. I understand why I'm giving it to you. There was a process. There were steps that were taken. You refused to calm down. You refused to calm down. You, not me. You're getting that first tee. You're getting it. And then after the first tee, I'm walking away from you again. I'm not teeing you up, and then you're going to be angry, and then you're going to say some other things in my face. No, I'm teeing you up. That's done. I'm walking away from you again. I will administer the free throw. My partner can now come and talk to you. You can get a new face, say all the same things again to a new person. Hopefully they're quiet. Okay, and now we can move on. Right? You're not going to yell across the gym, call me out my name again. I've established that line in the sand. If you do it again, now this is again a thing we say in officiating, back to Danny Hurley and why I feel the last 2 minutes, UConn got a couple nickel dimers. That's not to say the refs didn't do a great job. They did do a great job, particularly the second half. You watch the second half of the national championship game, the first 10 minutes of the second half is outstanding basketball, tremendous flow. You have a veteran crew, that understand their business. They just let them play those. And one of the things in college that I don't necessarily rock with, but it's like the referees feel they got to set the tone early. So I feel like there's a lot of nickel dimers to start a game because they want to set the tone. I don't think that's necessary. Because in college, you have 5 fouls versus 6, A, and B. This is the highest level of basketball. If it's a foul, call a foul. I don't need, or a contact that does not affect the normal offensive movement. It doesn't need to be a foul. And I don't care if we go into halftime with 4 fouls and 3. Now, are you being pressured to call fouls? By the way, the TV timeouts are whenever you say the TV timeouts are, so that's no impact either. Okay, whether we have 2 fouls or 10, you're taking a TV timeout when it's so you're getting all your TV money. I feel in college they start too tight, and players get non-fouls, which then come back to hurt them in the last minutes when the play, accelerates and you have to call actual fouls, which guys get in foul trouble, guys get fouled out when they have 3 actual fouls and 2 nickel dimers that weren't fouls. That's not right. That's not elevating the game. That's not quality officiating. Okay? It's not. I set the tone by telling you what I expect, and then you get out there. If we're in the beautiful game, I don't need to come in when there's verticality. I don't need to come in when this guy's in legal guarding position. I don't care how. You go, okay, get your Georgia the Jungle swag on. No. That player was walled up. This is big boy basketball. We're moving on. There's no foul because your offensive movement was not impacted, and they were in legal guarding position, which verticality is. Call that walling up. Torso to torso. This is my space to the ceiling. I have all of this space from the floor. This is my space. And many times the offensive players jump into the defensive player's space. Okay? They're coming into the defensive player's space. That defensive player is not responsible for that contact. If anything, the offensive player is responsible for the contact. Okay? And there's going to be contact in a movement sport with limited space. So that's my thing with college. You don't need the nickel diamonds early. Just get into the flow. Have your TV timeouts. Everybody's making the money. Okay? These guys know they're skilled. They know how to foul and not to foul. If a guy wants, you can tell. A lot of times it's on those post feeds, those duck-ins. Yes, I'm intentionally fouling him so he earns at the free throw line. I am trying to foul. But a lot of times these guys are walling up. Now you need to be walled up. These guys are slick. They're not, their arms are more horizontal. That's a foul, buddy. Yes, even though but you weren't in your verticality. This is not verticality. This is verticality. Phillies, so that's one of my critiques. And again, down the stretch, go ahead and watch it. Elliot Kadu got a couple bumps where he flopped. Those were not fouls. They weren't fouls. Under 2 minutes, under 4 minutes, they weren't fouls. So Michigan got some free throws on some key possessions, and UConn still had a chance to get it to 3. It was still a 1-possession game, but possessions were taken away from them with nickel diamonds under 2 minutes. And I do think it had to do with the incident, to send a message to Bobby Hurley that we're the boss. We're going to call these fouls. It's a foul. It's a foul in the first 4 minutes. It's a foul in the last 4 minutes. Miss me with that. Okay? Miss me. Let me say that again. Miss me with that. The rule book was created for the game of basketball. The game of basketball was not created for the rule book. The Constitution was created for the people. The people weren't created for the Constitution. What is the spirit of the rule? And one of our finest rules is incidental contact. Contact that does not affect the normal offensive movement. The contact that does not affect the normal offensive or defensive movement of a player is to be deemed incidental. The highest rule in basketball. This is incidental. If it does not affect your normal offensive and defensive movement, which it doesn't with these players who are, professional grade, high-level D1, these guys are incredibly skilled. The little bump does not take them off of their line. Now, if you bump him when he alights and goes to the free throw line, when he alights, we call that goes into a shooting motion, and you're still on his body, and there's not space between you, and you're not in your verticality, now you get a foul on the shooting action, not out front, the bump that did not prevent the player to getting to his spot to go into the shooting action. By the way, the NBA does a tremendous job with this. It's called start, develop, finish. Regular season, I don't know what it is. You're going to get your superstar calls, yada, yada. You ain't getting no superstar calls when it comes to the playoffs. You ain't. LeBron, Embiid, Jalen, you ain't getting, this is big boy basketball at the highest level. You're going to earn these buckets, period. And they know it, and so they take it to that next level. Don't look to me to be able to win you the game. You got to get out there and win it. Put your big boy pants on, your hard hat on. If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it, and go and do your best. But don't be looking at me. No. We referees, big time games. I'm big game hunting. I'm looking for elephants. I'm not looking for mice. And you trying to fool me, trick me, flail? No, absolutely not. I don't care. You do a triple somersault backflip. You can get a 9.5 out of 10 in gymnastics. You are not getting a foul. When you initiated the contact and then spin, tumble, flipped. Okay? And now I'm going to stop. I'm going to watch you because I have to maintain player safety while you're doing your gymnastics moves out of bounds and over into the whatever, knocking down some Gatorade, whatever. Wherever you end up is where you end up. I'm watching that because I'm responsible for that. Because I'm responsible ultimately for your safety. But it's going to be no whistle blowing. Not absolutely. Because you created that contact and then you did your flopping, flipping. World Cup did a tremendous job this go around with the flopping, particularly in the box. Great job. They did a great job. No, you ain't getting that low. They did a tremendous job. Because I've seen World Cups previously where they called those flops and flails and given teams penalties that swung games. They did I didn't see not one penalty in the box that wasn't, in the Spain-France game, that first one, I was like, okay, but he karate kicked, dude. He went to kick and just completely, it was a high kick too. He gave him some of that Sum Dum Goy. He gave him some of the Bruce Leroy. He gave him that roundhouse right. He gave him that Eugen. Y'all remember the Spain-France game. He just kicked that dude. High ball. He just missed the ball and right in the thigh. No. No, you don't need to do that. Let the ball come down, stay in front of the defender, and just play from there. You went for bust and you missed, and you karate kick a person in the box. I'm sorry, that's a penalty. It's a penalty. I'm sorry. But beyond that, they did a tremendous job, and that's what we're talking about. Okay, this is big boys. Let the players decide it. Okay, if it's a foul, we saw the foul a lot of times. Now, some of these things are bang bang, right? But that's where you got to get in the angles where guys will go vertical, right? But then they'll hit they'll do something like this, or they'll impact the follow through, which you cannot do. There was a great verticality play in the 2004 N.B.A. Finals Game 1 where Tayshaun was guarding Kobe down the stretch, and Kobe and Tayshaun, that's long. Even though they should have drafted Carmelo and had him come off the bench, but that's neither here nor there because the Darko thing was a full-on disaster. But neither or Wade or Bosh or whoever, and got something from that pick instead of somebody who never worked out, who could have extended your championship window. But that's neither here nor there. So Tayshaun down the stretch, he jumps, he's completely vertical, and Kobe goes up, and Kobe's going in his shooting motion. And when Kobe follows through, his fingers come through Tayshaun's fingers like this. There's no whistle, nor should there have been a whistle, because Tayshaun was in his verticality. Your follow through came into my space. I don't have to move my hand for you to follow through. If I time it and we are jumped, you know what I mean? So you're not jumping over me, so you get that follow through, and then I come up, and then your hand is already down like this, and then my hand would go up through your hand. That would be a foul. But it was simultaneous. I believe Joey Crawford was on that game, amongst others, but no whistle. Yeah, no whistle. And they went to the replay. It was beautiful. Tayshaun, complete verticality. Kobe followed through right into his hands, missed a shot. We play on. Okay, we play on. Right, so you got to see those. You got to get into the angles, see the impact, see, another thing that players will try to do sometimes. That's why this is for the trail, is they'll have their hand on their back as they're going up in the shooting motion. They'll be here, and then your hand will be on their back. Shout out to Derek Harper in the hand check, and you can't touch them while they're alighting. And then it's and especially if we see an extension. Oh, no, your hand was on his back. Take your hand off his back. He beats you to the spot. You're in jail. You're behind him. You're out. You don't have an angle. Okay, you can jump across him, so maybe you affect his periphery. If you jump into him, it's going to be a foul. Right. This is the guard play that we see where the guards get in front, stop, and then just kind of like stay in front of you. Which, again, that's a tough one because the guard has to get to that spot before the defender. If the defender gets to that spot, even though he's behind the player, he has a right to that spot. And if the offensive player is now coming in and try to bump him, it's not a foul on the defender because he got to that spot first. So you're trying to keep him behind the defender behind you, but he makes a lateral move here, gets there, and then you move into that space while he's already there, even though he's what we would call oblique or on the side of you, but he's still there, so that's his spot. It's not a foul. Now, if you got to that spot first and then he anticipated late and then you bump him, i.e. James Harden, and then he flails a little bit, that would be grounds for a foul. Back to Bobby Hurley, folks, and what he's talking about in terms of NIL and where in this, there's no lies detected, which is clear. But my thing behind this is, when is N.C.A.A. going to have like a sit down? When are they going to have the whole commission? And the fact that they don't have these sit downs with just everybody, all the major conferences in one room, and have these talks, that shows you why these cracks in the systems continue to go on. And it evidences that the real issue is these conferences battling against each other, and they have lost complete sight of the integrity of the game. It's SEC versus ACC versus Big 10 versus Big 12 versus Pac-10 versus, Colonial. It's the conferences fighting amongst themselves rather than getting in a room and having the conversations. This goes back to the, storyline, talk about W.N.B.A. Getting everybody in the room to have the actual conversation. And your reticence to do that shows that you accept and you're willing to accelerate the status quo, which does not serve college sports. You say there's no fifth year. Now, all of a sudden, there is fifth year. And we'll get to this in Slice of Life very soon. But it's also something that is it Miles? Les Miles at LSU, who left and came back. I always get, I saw a statistic that he only has 4 guys on his team. He's got 4 guys, 5 coaches, and 11 assistants. So now again, let me get that right. You got 4 guys. You got 5 coaches. You got 11 assistants. So that's 16 plus. So you got 20. There's 20 people in the LSU program, and 4 of them are basketball players. No. Now, Danny Hurley is right. I think Charlie Baker is trying. But the elephant in the room, the folks I want to talk about, it's the university presidents in these major conferences. Yes, I'm talking to you, SEC. Yes, I realize the SEC is the reason that we had COVID football and maybe COVID sports in general, which was a good thing. The Ivies went home immediately. The prep schools followed them and went home immediately. Those guys did not have a season during COVID. They just said, nope, we're not doing it, and they shut it down. SEC said, we're playing ball. If there's got to be nobody, we're playing ball. We're not even going to think twice about it. The Big Ten shut it down for a time. I think the Big 12 said, we're playing ball. We're playing through this, period. No, we got it. We're going to find a way. And the Big Ten looked around and said, why the heck is the SEC playing and then we're not? And they came back and they played some ball. And other conferences found a way to play some ball. And that was a good thing for everybody. Ivy said no once. Weren't coming back off of that, which impacted the prep school kids because they lost their entire season when they could have played. Like we played. Like the public high schools played. So there's times when the SEC leadership has been invaluable, but not when it comes to reforming the rules in college sports to return college sports to college sports. SEC, Big Ten, the super conferences, you're responsible. Yes, you. And this idea of a two super conferences and more money, you're going to ruin it. You're going to ruin it. It's not anywhere near what it was. I mean, we still get caught up in nostalgia. We still love one shining moment, even though it is polar. It's north to south pole from what it should be. It's the Wild West. Pro players playing in 4 schools and 5. It's the Wild West. The only thing that has anything to do with college is the laundry. And that's because it says the college's university name on it. Everything else is untethered. And that's wrong. Clearly it's wrong, but it's unnecessary. Right? SEC, Big Ten, like this is the rule. This is the common. You hear these conferences on certain political topics called common sense. Well, apply some common sense. You got 5 years to do 4 years of eligibility. You got 1 transfer without exception. The next year, you got to sit out. And the NIL money needs to be above board. It needs to be on the books. Get rid of the dark money. Simple. All the time and effort you spent chasing that Krispy Kreme donut that one player ate to take his eligibility away, and you can't establish and enforce simple common sense rules that the majority of your consumers support. Okay. What did Coach K say? Coach K has been calling for a commissioner for a while. I got to get my Snackarooty game on, folks. We're coming down the stretch. Excuse me, I don't have to talk while I'm eating, but I got to get my Snackarooty. Shout out to Traders. These are delicious. I don't get sugar headache. I can't go through the candy like I once did without sugar headache. Vegetarian flavor mix varies between pack. I got it. They got the glucose syrup. I got some of the modified things in there. It's not all good. I got till April 2027, which, by the way, is when the W.N.B.A is going to have their reckoning. So it's not all, but And again, apologies. My snack of Rudy, them jokers is good. Them jokers is good. All right. What's going on, folks? I said I got a couple people rocking with me, yo. See y'all rocking with. Hey, I appreciate that. What's good with you? Get a little snack of Rudy. My left coast people, that mean a lot to me. And again, apologies. Right? I don't know if it's what comes to play with this. Why isn't this the president of UConn making the same statement versus Danny Hurley making the statement? Right? Someone who is a governing member of the conference making the statement, the common sense statement, rather than the coaches, who at the end of the day have more power and leverage than the university presidents because of their power, their influence in the culture. But still, the university presidents, they are the ultimate decision makers, even though their salary is 1/10 of what the coaches make. Excuse me, delicious. And not only the ultimate decision makers, folks, but they're supposed to be the adults too. They're supposed to be the learned ones in the room. Shout out to smartest guys in the room. Alex Gibney, documentary filmmaker, tremendous. Got a chance to see Leaving Angola at the Woods Hole Film Festival, which I talked to you about, which was produced by Alex Gibney, which is another tour de force. We had some tour de force docs at the Woods Hole Film Fest. Right? So Dan, your coaches are making a statement. That's out of order. Needs to be led by the university presidents, who are again ducking low. The presidents are ducking low, which I don't agree with. But hey, there's no pressure on me to step up because they've been left out of this equation. Who are we blaming? We're blaming the players. The kid for getting their market share, which is pennies on the dollar. Are we still angry at Cam Newton for the $100,000? We should be angry that it was only $100,000. Shout out to 4th and 1. Tam's got some really good points and some really good takes. We should have been angry with the Cam Newton situation that he only got $100,000, not that he got anything at all. Meanwhile, the coach, who didn't bring Cam Newton in and didn't win anything after he left, ended up getting all his money in the contract. Jimbo Fisher got all his money. They signed these guaranteed deals. That's the level of power that they have. I'll say again, when we're talking about artificial intelligence versus book smarts. If you rely, then you empower. I mean, these are smart people. You give Jimbo Fisher $75 million. Obviously, Texas A&M didn't get the job done like they were supposed to, and there's plenty of oil money running through that state. There was a return on that investment. Jimbo got his $75 million, which was a domino to impact, Texas A&M getting the TV contract, which where the lion's share of their money comes from, and so that dwarfed the $1 billion TV contract, dwarfed the $100 million that you had to give to Jimbo, and you're good. Now you got to eat some of that 75 million, 20, 30, 40, whatever the case may be. But you bring in another coach, and people have hope again, and are willing to pay the however much to subscribe to your channels, and you get another billion. So that's kind of how they're working. I can pay you 100 million if I know I'm clearing $1 billion, and we only talk about the 100 million, which we don't ever talk about these coaches getting all their money and whistling off into the sunset after having done nothing. We're upset because the player gets a couple $1 million, which they're going to burn through because they're teenagers. What do you expect if you give a teenager $1 million and no supervision? What do you expect? If you gave me $1 million and limited supervision and a bunch of access to events and people and you know, it'd be difficult. So that's the conversation. It's not even the right conversation because it needs to be, never mind these agents, these NIL agents getting 50% of the deal. NBA agent gets like what, 3, 4, 5? 10 would be outlandish. These NIL agents are getting 50. Yeah, you got to go to this coach. You know what I mean? You only getting $1 million here. This coach is gonna offer you $3 million. Never mind that coach. The agent is taking half of that. So are you even getting more money to go to the new school based on after you pay the agent fees? We're not talking about this though, are we? And yet Jaylen Brown is too smart. We're talking about how the agent model does not serve NBA players when 70% of them end up broke. And that agent is not calling them when they are in financial distress, like they was beating down their phone when they were the boy wonder, or not returning their phone calls. When they was talking that family, they was talking that loyalty, they was talking that 10 toes down, they was talking that me and you forever. When he was the boy wonder, and I got you, I'm gonna be there for you. Okay, but when he burned through the money, yes, the player deserves. You burned through money. Allen Iverson was banned from every single casino in Detroit and in Atlantic City. Matter of fact, they might have went beyond that. Allen Iverson was banned from every single casino in Michigan and New Jersey when he was going through his rampage. When a casino says we no longer will take your money, which is the majority of what casinos do. Shout out to the movie Casino, Nicholas Pileggi, based on his book. Obviously, Martin Scorsese doing it directing. Out of this world. Over there. That's a secret about Las Vegas. We're the only winners. I've been seeing some, with the things, economy, inflation, Vegas is down. People, can't afford it. Like a lot of other things. But the casinos are the winners. Yeah. I remember seeing an interview with Steve Wynn on Charlie Rose. Fascinating stuff. Steve Wynn's like, Wynn Casino and opulent, yada, 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 yada. He says, we know. The moment you step foot in that door, 20 cents of your dollar is ours. It's a surveillance state. Like a lot of other things where we're being watched. But we agree, right, to the privacy terms to have the access to the social network. And then Mark Zuckerberg says free. And that's his business model. And he's, he said free and always will be. I'm not charging you nothing. And you're going to sit back and just, you can connect with people. And I'm not charging you a dollar thing. And Jeff Bezos was on this. And a lot of, it's the data. The data is the treasure. I'm not charging you a thing. You rule the realm. You do what you want. You go where you want. You have complete freedom. It's like I'm not even here. It's like Facebook is not even there. Even though they're involved in everything. Monitoring everything. And taking that data to form that, I see your habits. I see what you're used to. Just like Netflix. Oh, Into the Wild was wonderful. Oh, South the Way was wonderful. Well, Netflix have been watching me since I subscribed. So it's amazing that they because I love those movies, and that was something that you didn't have from Blockbuster wasn't telling you the movie, like you could see it, but they wasn't giving you that inside info. Like like I went with Siskel and Ebert. That was my info. If Siskel and Ebert said rock, hey, it's good. If they only got one, I don't know. But if Siskel and Ebert, I'm gonna be good with this. This one's a good one. That was my go-to. Okay, if only Ebert, if only but when they got to agreeing and they didn't always agree, then I need that one. I'm gonna watch that one. There's something good in there. I know it. Right? But it's based on, right? They've been watching closely from the beginning. Jeff Bezos, when they was laughing at him about books, when they was laughing at him, when he was losing money to gain markets there, people were laughing at him. He was studying. He was studying that data. It's all about the data. I'm not even here. Get what you want, and I'm just watching what you do, when you do it, how you do it. Then the next time, I'm kind of bored. Amazon, boo, how about this book? Oh wow, that's kind of interesting. That is interesting. Then they take you to the next. Ooh, they're looking good. Oh, discount if I buy net. Let me get that. How did you know? Oh my goodness. Jeff was chilling while you was. What do you say? Big things start small. Jeff Bezos done bulked the heck up. I don't know if you've seen that man recently, man. Granted, that's all he has to do. Check that. He is running a multinational juggernaut. That's not all he has to do. He does need to man the ship. It doesn't man itself. Shout out to David Simon. All the pieces matter. So let me come back off that take. But he does have some time to eat healthy, have trainers, and be in great shape, because if he is in great shape, right? When he first started, he just looked like a run-of-the-mill accountant. Back to casinos, folks. They know. You come in, no windows, free drinks. We already know we got 20 cents. The longer you stay, the more we're going to get. Period. We know this. And you stay longer, you're going to get longer. It's done. What the heck does this have to do with college sports? Okay? Again, the emphasis is on the learned, authorized, the elders, the university presidents, the board of directors. They are just laying back in the cut, which happens in a lot of different things. Right? They're just printing money. And it's now printing money and that's fine. But it's not optimal, is what it is. That's what I will say. Okay? It is suboptimal. That's my critique. Presidents, board of directors, Harvard, 50, 60, 70 billion dollars of endowment sitting there, right? We're a bank that masquerades as an institution of learning, right? So that right there. I remember I was free renting, saw Woods Hole, Out of This World. Check it out, documentary, Free Renting, all about historical rights to property. And a guy spoke up and he talked. He's like, listen, Harvard is a bank that masquerades as an institution of learning. It's a bank. So now let's interject that into this conversation, and I think we have our answer. Hurley's upset because Hurley is he's involved, he's interested, like his father, like that's why they're great. Miracle is saying, I'm interested in what we're supposed to be doing. We make a lot of money, we live a great life, we do what we love, but it's college. It's not the N.B.A. minor leagues that people wouldn't care one iota about because it's not connected to anything that we care about. It's college. It's this idea of enlightenment. It's this idea of education. It's this idea of opportunity. It's this idea of ascension. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what we love. And the fact that sports happens to happen within those parameters is what ingrains our belief in the product. And the rulers have just said, all of those pillars, get them out of there. They don't mean anything. They don't. The easy? We good? Checking on my. Right? They don't mean we are about profit margin quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter to quarter. Okay? And y'all are still showing up. 100,000 people won't be in the big house. The customer has not rebelled yet. Right? The customer has not, stopped the conveyor yet. Even though these are common sense changes. Right? So one of the things, you're here, shout out to 30 for 30. Shout out to the Pony Excess. Not the Pony Express, the Pony Excess. About SMU, Michael Dickerson, and you know what I mean? He said, baby, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, my baby. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying out here, baby. It ain't cheating until we get caught. Until then, we hustling, baby. We out to get it. Excuse me. Which, I have a laissez-faire because it's been professional for so long of a time, right? So I didn't have an issue with college players being paid because they were getting pennies on the dollar, but they already deserved. So I thought that, so that was my view. What I take umbrage with, which I still take umbrage with, is um the illegality of some of those, and the fact that there's just a ginormous intellectual gap between these sophisticated financial boosters and a 16, 17-year-old kid and their family. There's a huge difference. Right? See how folks are doing. Respond. So yeah, kid gets this much money under the table, and then, but that you can't coerce that player now. You gave it to them. That's their money now. You hand somebody $50,000 in a duffel bag. Possession is 9/10 of the law. That's their money. Well, you took our money, so you need to do. We're gonna no. You ain't got no rights there, my friend. You ain't got no rights there. We're gonna lean on you and apply the corporate state. You're all the way wrong now. Okay, and this is how we get down, and that's what we learned in the Pony Excess. Shout out to Michael Dickerson. People, Texas, like, you're going to Texas. He's like, but what about no, you're going to Texas. But what if you will not get another job in this state unless you are wearing a Longhorn uniform. Michael Dickerson was like, you can leave, my friend. That's how you gonna come up in my family house. You talking on that extort, you can go. I'm going. Yeah, your bag is heavy. They bag is heavy too, man. You might ain't had the heaviest bag. What are we talking about? Okay? You come to these college kids' house and you ain't even got the heaviest bag. 1 second. Let me get my effect right. Let me say that again. You came to these kids' house and you ain't even had the heaviest bag. Gotta get my effects right. I almost missed that one. Talk about you will go to Texas. You better miss your boy with that. Better miss your boy on that talk. Michael Dickerson said, I wish I might. I ain't never going. Take my talent to SMU. Not going to get another job. You're going to blackball me for my entire life because I make a decision. That's my right to make. You can leave, my boy. What we doing here? What time? We on some? We on some antebellum? Antebellum? What we talking here, man? You don't take it to a whole nother level. Now you got to go. You got to go. And no, you can leave. Taking my talents to SMU. I'm gonna be just fine. Talking crazy. So that's my thing, right? With the old way, the cohesion that went on, where players they don't know any better, they don't have a support system, and you lean on people who don't know any better. Happens, in a lot of financial situations, and it's not right. What's the free market? But it's different. If I want to go to a check cashing place to give up a certain amount of my check, to get it right now, I'm an adult. I made that decision. These are adolescents. They are developing minds. They're young kids. They're not adults. 17, 18, you're a young adult or a kid. You might have a man body, but you're 15, 16, 17, which is a whole other ball of wax. He's a man child, keyword child. You don't know what you don't know. A 15-year-old is not a 32-year-old. Because he is the same size as his 32-year-old dad or 40 or whatever. By the way, I saw Eric Dampier with his kids coming up through the rank. That was good to see. Right? Eric Dampier. Right? And his boys are his boys. They chip off the old block, but they need their boys. Even though they're 6'9", 230. My good buddy PJ Pina talks about this. He's down in Texas doing a great job. Married now, and I believe he has 2 kids. 2 or 3 kids. really, really nice girl, and he's come through his ups and downs, and he's hung in there, and he's doing very well. Very happy for him, proud of him. And he's a sports nut like I am. So he's at all. If there's a big tournament, EYBL, he's at the tournament, just like I would be down there if I was in the neighborhood. And all these different youth leagues is just wild this time, because they're already back in school and they're playing. And high school is $50, $75 million stadium. It's big time, right? But again, they're kids. It's not the end of the world if doesn't materialize, but it's high stakes. Okay, but it's also fun and let's not. But my point with that is, he says he's at a 13U game, and he's watching it. He's got 6 foot, 6'2", 6'3", 5'11", 6'2", all across the board. These kids are in middle school. 6'1", 200, like 180, like noticeably bigger than Allen Iverson when he won those state championships. Noticeably. And he's like, look at him and like, damn, is that the varsity team? They take off their helmet. They're middle school kids. That's the middle school team. They would dwarf our varsity teams here. They're in middle school. He's like, it's just a different animal. It's just different. I know it's a big time where you are, and you got players that go Division I, you got players that make it to the NFL. You care a lot about it. There's a lot of emphasis. It's just different. That's all I can tell you. Right? So back to the current moment, that's who gets the short end of the stick. You get the social criticism, and there's a little bit of a, right? This 17-year-old is making more than I might make in my entire, yes, he is. Because that's his market value that you are a part of. Yes, the 100,000 people in the big house. You love sports, and that's their market value. If you're giving a quarterback $7 million, the program is generating hundreds of millions of dollars. Programs that don't generate $100 million cannot afford to pay a quarterback. Talking about Bryce Underwood, the kid from Michigan. It's a fraction of what the program brings in. Okay, and now with the competition, you can't tell him no because he might leave. Let him leave. No, but we need him, right? Again, let's come back full circle here, folks. We're talking about institutions of learning. The premise is education. The premise is enlightenment. How can you be educated and elevate anything without struggle and failure and somebody telling you no? You're here. You're not there. I'm telling you no. But if I tell this kid no, he might. Who is the coach and who is the player? I'm asking. It's a question. Who is the university president and who is the player? Who is the athletic director and who is the parent? All right, I'm leaving. Now, again, but there's certain things. Okay, the shout out to 30 for 30, shout out to the greatest that never was. There's certain things where you can compromise, and there's other things you can't because it's just basic stuff. People want to talk about, well, because I got family in the city of brotherly love. Shout out to Philly. I'm an Eagles fan. Jalen Carter got all his money. I'm happy for Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter slipped in the NFL draft because he was personally responsible for a vehicular homicide. Multiple people lost their lives because of him. Right? And his conduct. It's an incredible tragedy. Young people, recruits, coaches. Because of his actions. That's why he slipped in the draft. Right? He's incredibly talented, but he has a lot of maturing to do. Apparently, he has done that maturing. I'm happy for him. It doesn't negate the tragedy. But I'm happy that he's in a better place and he's, doing better. He's got a big contract, so on and forth. But these type of examples, when, you talk about Hernandez if you want. Where does the university step in and say no? And the players get the sense of that you're not going to enforce any boundaries, that it's just win at all costs, and I'm going to perform on the court, or I'm going to perform on the field, so then I can do whatever the heck I want, keyword, whatever. I'm accountable to no one off the court or the field. Alabama, Brandon Miller's teammate, killing somebody. We sweep that stuff. We sweep it under the rug. Brandon Miller played. It wasn't him that did it. It was his gun. Yada yada yada. If you don't let him play, we're gonna sue you because, right? That's I sit him out. Versus, by the way, everybody's suing everybody all the time. Anytime something doesn't go that way. So that's just American life. You're a college athlete and you were connected to a felony homicide. I'm an institution of learning. And if I don't have the best lawyers in the state, I'm connected to another institution that does have the best lawyers in the state. You are a college player that's connected to a felony homicide. And I'm worried about you suing me if I dismiss you from the team. I'm worried about you suing me for telling you that your contact was not only detrimental to the team, but somebody lost their life because of something you were involved in. And based on that, you're going to be suspended indefinitely. You're going to be whatever. You're not playing the rest of the year. I know you're only here for 1 year. And we're attaching our sails to, attaching our boat to your sail. Okay. These colleges run, sprint. I'll talk about athletes, the SEC track and field. These colleges sprint in the other way to put these guys right back on the field so that they can win, collect the money, and keep it moving. Okay? And again, I know we've been going on this point. I've been talking. It's wild. And this, the summary point is, it's not the players, it's not the coaches. It's not the athletic directors. It is the university presidents. It is the board of directors that underwrite the current system of mayhem. Those are the underwriters. Don't talk to me about those that are taking advantage of the chaos. I'm talking about those people. Talk to me about those who are facilitating said chaos. And by the way, as I do my sack and Rudy, I know it's not great to, let me just get all these little snack and Rudy. But that's interesting. That's an interesting thought experiment. If a university stood on business and said, we're not playing this kid, i.e. Bill Belichick, who stood on business with Antonio Brown. Now, Antonio Brown, what he got kicked off the Patriots for wasn't one of his more notable offenses, but he did kick off the Patriots for violating team policy when he had a zero tolerance situation. Okay? He came in knowing zero tolerance. First thing he did is violate. He got kicked off the team. Tom Brady said, bring him back. Give him another chance. Bill Belichick said, no. Rest is history. Tom Brady picked Antonio Brown back up. He went to Tampa Bay and won a championship. Okay. I would like to see an example of an institution hold a player accountable. Actually hold a player accountable. You want to talk about polling and see what the split is amongst their fan base. Yes, some of their fan base is going to go crazy about the other people are doing it and win at all costs. But you know what? And this is when in Rome, do what the Romans do, and all these other platitudes that justify the current madness. There's going to be that contingent. We already know. But I don't feel that's going to be a loud majority. I don't. I think if an individual holds a player accountable for doing something that they need to be held accountable for and says, we are holding the line, you will not play, you are going to have a consequence. You can leave the next year if you want. But you crossed the line. And I am telling you, you crossed the line. And I'm attaching a consequence to that action. Yep, I believe the majority will support them. I said what I said. I said what I said. Okay? I know. Now let's. So you're gonna have a vocal component that's gonna the coach did that's gonna equivocate, or that's going to shift the burden. That's going to try with sophisticated or rather blunt logic or argumentation to shift the accountability from the player who did the wild, unacceptable thing to the coach. To right? Well, the coach did no, and the AD no, and you should have known no. This player did what they did. In all likelihood, there had been a track record of this type of behavior. Right? And I remember I seen something that Coach K has only dismissed like 2 people from the team, but he will dismiss you. Or he will bench you. A lot of times he just recruits over you. But there is a line at Duke. Right? They're going to keep, And then Coach K, now not that, other coaches, Calipari will suspend people indefinitely, But I would love for a university to do that with an important player and say, this doesn't reflect the values of our program, and we're this has been a consistent issue. This is, there's going to be an out, people calling for his job. But I tell you, people will respect it. If that's a coach, he will have a plan B because he already knew this player was, so he's got another player to fill in. Are they going to be as talented? No. Will they be more together? Yes. Can they still compete for a championship? Yes. Will they win the championship or be favorites? No. I would love to see that. If any institution will do that. So we can, yep. And that can be a bellwether for other, right. Certain boosters are going to be upset. Folks that aren't interested, and, well, I picked you in DraftKings, therefore, and essentially their argument is going to be that there actually are no rules. That's what it's going to come down to after they're done being upset that their previous prediction based on the team as constituted without the consequences would have done. So you're going to say all types of things and blame all types of people. No. Hold that kid accountable. Win in spite of it, which good coaches will do. Right? Tom Osborne had, 2 quarterbacks, Tommy Osborne and the other gentleman at Oklahoma, at Nebraska. Right? I'm looking for that from somebody in college sports. How we doing, folks? What the heck? Y'all are rocking with your boy. I appreciate you. We in here. Left Coast is with me. I appreciate that very much. Jump in. I know East Coast is late, but it's not. Y'all stop playing with me, folks. It's a Friday night. It's a Friday night, and we had. I mean, don't play with me on that. Friday night. Shout out to Coach Hurley. Shout out to him taking his stand. I hope it works out for the best. I hope these court battles are upheld. Their stance is upheld. You got 5 years to do 4 from when you graduate high school. The rest of y'all can go. Okay, the Van Wilders, you got to go. Y'all can be out. 27, 28-year-old sophomores, you can go. All right, y'all want to sue me? You want to sue me because you're a 28-year-old sophomore and I'm not letting you play basketball? I'll see you at court, man. I'm going to call Saul Goodman, and we're going to be ready for you. But you got to go, man. I'm sorry. Let's have the conversation. Let's have a full-throated conversation. Who the heck is it benefiting to keep passing the buck for this kid that cannot control themselves? and is not going to be able to control themselves unless somebody holds them some kind of accountable. Who is it benefiting? Okay? And where does it stop? Stops when they finally do something so reprehensible that they have to be punished. Which generally means another individual was injured, or dare I say killed, because of their unnecessary actions. That's where a lot of time the buck stops. Okay? And then we and I don't know why, and we go back to the Wonder Years, and he was a top ranked player, and we put all the kids' pictures up there, and okay, and when did folks hold that child accountable? When did that take place? Okay, it didn't take place. All right. So that child became an unhinged adult. I get by on my talent, so I can't get by on my talent. NFL, not for long, right? Yeah. N.B.A. What is it? 5, 6 years? 7? Yes, you do. You know what I mean? These people are accountable. No, they're accountable. These people are responsible for their actions. Okay? And at times, the organizations can hold them accountable for their actions so they can grow. NBA folks know what it is. Y'all go to Miami, Riley ain't having it. He's doing it a certain way. Like it or love it, but he's doing it a certain way. That's what it is. Okay? And yeah, you're gonna be angry, you're gonna threaten, but this is the way that leads to the championships. When people are counting their rings, when people are counting their contracts, I don't hear the disrespect or the animus for Pat Riley and Spoelstra and their program, and weighing guys and calculating body fat and just expecting professionals to be professionals. After all the winning he's done, I don't. I don't see where all that goes. Okay, folks, you see what I'm rocking? We got up there for you on the screen. Today was Unity Day in Barnstable. This is like our community cookout every single year that we had. This year was at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. This first time it was at this venue. Previously, it's been on the Village Green, a couple streets over. And so it was a new venue, new logistics, but the people came out, man. It went well. People came out. People vibe. People shared community. So on and forth. So it's a highlight of the summer. Right? Let me know if y'all have y'all community block parties or different parades for different, demographics in your city, in your town, where we can share that cross-cultural exchange. What I get from this is, these pictures, there's a lot goes into them. A whole lot. This is something that's worked on by many hands in the town for, you start this stuff like January. Having the initial meetings, scheming it out, talking this way, talking that way. It's a lot that goes into it. That's local government. That's community. That's compromise. That's all the you want to talk about. But to see it worked out in real time, see the kids going up in the front end loader, beeping the horn. playing in the bouncy houses, getting a hot dog, hamburger. Essentially, folks, it's like the Sandlot, where they have that one night game of the year, and the whole community lines up for 4th of July. It's a whole neighborhood barbecue. Everybody got something. Everybody get a plate. You know what I mean? You just go down the line. You got hot dogs, hamburgers, macaroni salad, potatoes. Everybody, the whole community come out. We might have our issues. We might, whatever. But we coming out for this day. We putting those issues aside, and we're gonna share community. We're gonna share some common ground. So important fact, it's just humbling in that regard. And you do need those block parties or unity. That you need them. You need those venues. You work towards them. Struggle, argue, fight, adjust, amend, whatever. Okay. Right. These things are challenging, but they are worthwhile. My man Jimmy Dugan, if it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. The hard is what makes it great. That's what Jimmy Dugan led us on to, man. We've been knowing this for a while. So just like a little bit more about Unity Day here in Barnstable. This event was started, this is our 10th year, after the police killings in 2016. The community and police killings in 2016. Right? Philandro Castile, R.I.P. You had officers in Texas killed. There was just multiple instances of excessive force. On the part of law enforcement, on the part of the citizenry. And they're people, right? These inflection points. The older I get, these things are cyclical. They go around and they come around. And we're having a lot of the same conversations. And that's Americana. That's the American experience. Okay. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Right? That's right. Again, the more I've been doing this, take a step back from it, take in the day, take in that fresh air, take in these smiles, take in this goodwill, and store it up. You got to bottle that stuff up. You got to store it up for the journey. Right? We don't have the community cookouts. We don't have the unity days all the time. We have a couple of these events throughout the year. It's not that we don't feel this way all year. All right? But majority, day to day, right? It's a grind. That's what comes to my mind. It's a grind. And you gotta, this goodwill is not always going to be on the surface. It's there, but as we're negotiating things, as we have different viewpoints, as you're dealing with bureaucracies that go back centuries and yet still need to be adaptable to change in modern times, it's just, right, it's a game of inches. Right? I know we need to correct A, B, C, D, but it's a game of inches. These things can happen. They will happen. They are hard. They take time. Right? And a lot of the progress and the leaps and bounds are within the individual that's on the journey striving. You improve. You get stronger. You get a greater sense of self in the process of advocating for these greater goods. That's where the day-to-day rumblings can be really felt, I feel, more um, with greater sensitivity. I think in society, in terms of society, as we know, the legislation and the sea change that we change our laws, we change our codes. Okay, that ain't happening overnight. Ain't happening overnight. Rome was not built, okay, nor did it fall in a day. Okay? Not built, did not fall in a day. Um, Impactful, the awards that we give out. Lifetime Achievement Award, Paul and Nancy Thompson, huge. One of our patriarchs and matriarchs in the community. Our Student Scholarship Awards, Ronell Armstrong, Ronnie, who's out playing college ball, Central Connecticut State for his freshman year. Has a younger brother, Hassan, coming up through the ranks senior year. They're both well on their way. The young lady, her name escapes me, but that's going down to FAMU. FAMU, what he do? And her people were there to celebrate and support her. Um, let's take a look here, see what any of my fantasy guys available. Are they good? They good. It's late, but what I learned, folks, I don't mind telling you as we wind down, get ready for Slice of Life. I didn't, because this is the time for the fantasy folks out there, I'm talking about. This is the time when you got to check your lineups. I'm on the East Coast, so I know you guys aren't, it resets on the West Coast time. So we don't go into the new day until everybody's in the new day. So that's right now at 3 o'clock in the morning on the East. So now that the left coast is in the new day, we in the new day here, and you can make your ads and yada yada yada. So me being that night owl, shout out to the Facebook community. I appreciate y'all jumping in, a couple people, supporting. Much love. Just check this chat, see what type of, much love, much appreciation. Okay, y'all doing, like I said, left coast, y'all pretty good. It's midi, so y'all midnight, so y'all might still be out there. Okay, y'all still might be out there. Oh my goodness. They're doing some of the stretches on the YouTube, how to relax your partner's entire body. That looks like a good stretch. Shout out to these partners that work together. Casino bar fight on Royal Caribbean's Utopia of the Seas draws scrutiny. See, I can't rock with. I cannot rock with. I cannot rock with some of the madness that's on Twitter. That's again, it's on the opposite end of the spectrum. This is Unity Day, about kind of supporting each other. But again, a theme of Unity Day is picking people up when they fall down. And I don't know if it's just you folks, man, hurts my heart, bro. Like, you don't understand. What is the point of going on a cruise when there's chaos? I see all of these knockdown, drag out fights on these cruises, folks. And I am like, what is going on? First thing, it just, oh man, that's you're on a cruise and people are going crazy and you're stuck in this environment where you have to be around them. I got to look up, like, what is the security and because I know they got to have security. You can't, that's just crazy. So they have to have, if you got hundreds of people So I say low number. There has to be at least 30 security guards. But then it's a huge boat. Really should be more like 50. Specifically just for security so that you can quell these type of situations. A. B, I'm like, what? What's the penalty? Do they like to kick you off the boat? Like there has to be some sort of penalty for this stuff. Like you guys are gone. Like when we get to Aruba or whatever, you're off this boat. And y'all can get back to wherever and how you get back there. But you're not getting back on the boat. After, right? Like an investigation to see like who was responsible, yada, yada, yada. And then when they dock, like, yeah, the authorities are getting on the boat. Like you guys are getting off the boat. Welcome to Aruba, but you know, and hey, y'all better pay them plane tickets. But you know, there has to be something like that. That'd be an interesting question. Like what? Because I can't imagine somebody just getting in a fight, causing havoc, and then being like, okay, I won't do that again. And next thing you know, they do it again. No, it has to be that you're booted. Like a serious line in the sand. The next docking, you are off this boat. You know, and you're gonna have to pay your way back from Turks and Caicos, or right? You're paying, or right? Like a certain rebate based, you know, we'll give you only got this much of the cruise. So we're gonna give you, you know, whereas we're supposed to go here and there and there. So here's the rest of your money. Goodbye. I'm sorry. It has to be something like that. You can't just compromise the entire mission and then just, or do they detain them and like put them in jail on the boat? That's another thing. Is somebody just like on, you know, they're like below decks, and like that would be another thing. You're staying with us. And if you you know fight that, then we'll detain you, and then you're all done. Once we get to, we're just gonna hand you over to the authorities. Trespassing, yada yada yada. You guys can take it from here. That's a wild phone call to get. Because then you got to call somebody. You know what I mean? You might not have the money. Now you got to pay thousands of dollars. And I don't know how they would work that out. Right? Like these airlines, these creditors, it's probably based on credit. Where, okay, we'll fly you back, but you owe us this money and you're not getting away from it. We will hunt you down until you pay every single last dime. That seems about right. People that have been on cruises can let me know. You know, but I just can't stand that stuff. Fighting on a vacation expedition, and then how is that adjudicated to not ruin it for the other 100 some odd people that paid the money for this expedition? Back to Unity Day. So, as I said, other side of the spectrum from that type of situation, but then, you know, the intention is to meet people where they're at, give people the benefit of the doubt, you know, and try to lift folks up, right, through the ups and downs, you know, that we all go through. So I got my shirt. Shout out to Unity Day, August 7th, 2026. Honor and a privilege. All right, folks. Man, this game is this game. It is what it is. Sand City, we've been rocking. We're going to continue to rock. This is my passion project. I'm happy to be here, yo. I'm thrilled to be here. It is that time for the slice of life that we conclude our episodes with. Shaquille O'Neal jumping into the conversation. This stuff is not jumping in because Shaquille O'Neal has some statements about Caitlin Clark, which he has more every right to. All right, guys, let's go around the world with our slice of life, closing things up. SandCity Sports, bye for the fans. Appreciate y'all I know it's late on the East. Let's get the production right. Let's share the screen. But it's just Friday to a Saturday. You know what I mean? This is we got to make hay while the sun shines. We most certainly do. Let me get my levels right. I'm over here. You know what I mean? I'm in the building. Got to get my levels right though, because we're a little up too high. Let's get it right where you know what I mean. Shout out to Jackie Brown, Samuel L. Jackson. Don't mess with my levels now. Hold up. So no volume on this one. But this is Jaylen Brown at Tyrese Maxey's event in Philly. Jaylen Brown's Deuce Foundation was a game changer and remains a game changer here in the Commonwealth. Shout out to the Bridge Program and all the good work that JB has done. And so now he's carrying on that work. That's his mom with him, who has a PhD and helps lead his educational and economic empowerment efforts. All right. So, yeah. I'm not sure why the volume is not coming through, because our volume is good. Speaker volume good, but I ain't getting no volume. Not sure if it's me. I'm not sure if it's then. Yes, sir. The saga continues, right? Two young, talented, educated, dynamic athletes that are on a championship journey. Go New York, go New York, go. I got to call it like I see it. Things that might have been icy towards the end. Can we get some volume, please? You know how important I think there was great. Things took a change this season. Tatum could have played in Game 7.
I do think things might have been kind of icy toward the final few weeks when Jaylen was being on the block. And the question that we have to ask, and I'm sure will be asked, is what was Jason's actions during this time? And it sounds like not much. It sounds like he let the organization handle things as they wanted to handle them. And I think that probably hurt Jaylen. And I'm not surprised. I don't see Jason reached out saying, hey, Jaylen, how's it going in Philly right now? Like, I just think that eventually they'll talk and they'll figure things out and they'll have an amicable conversation. And it sounds like after the Game 7 loss, which was probably one of the more significant games in recent team history, as we're finding out, things just kind of went left. I'm not surprised at this. Okay. I think they have a healthy respect for each other. They know how important each other was to other success. I think everything was great for a while. And I think this season, everything changed. Jason got hurt. Jaylen got the number one role. Jason came back and suddenly kind of reassumed the guy role, the number one role. And then he misses Game 7. So everything is on Jaylen's shoulders. I don't know how Jaylen felt about that, whether Jason could have played in that Game 7. And I think there probably was a level of resentment there. And then for Jason to kind of be this franchise cornerstone, but yet stay out of everything my name is Paul, that's between y'all, is kind of, I'm sure, baffling for Jaylen. I think they had a healthy and they have.
Right. That's why I'm glad there's a healthy respect. Let's deconstruct that, folks. All right. What's the missing piece to the puzzle? I've been saying this from day one is Jrue Holiday. What was the missing piece that was applied to the puzzle in 2006 with the Redeem team when Kobe and LeBron had the same feelings about each other and continued to have the same feelings about each other? It was Jason Kidd, a mediator. What did the Celtics do with their mediator? They sent him to the West. By the way, Portland, no, we're not getting rid of Jrue Holiday. We're going Coach K style. We're going to play Jrue. We're going to play Dame. We're going to play Ja. We're going small with our most talented lineup. These guys are the physical. They can guard other players. Dame not as much of a defender. Jrue, we know, is going to lock down. Ja's going to grind. You put a player 6'5", 6'6", whatever on top, I'm a battle. Jaws, we're ready to battle. So we're going to be undersized but over-talented. We ain't trading Drew. Stop it. Okay? And undermine our culture, undermine our ability to grind and beat teams and edge teams out. Stop it. No, we're good. Drew staying. You know who could have used Drew this year to mend some of these fences? Who had a great relationship with Jaylen Brown? And Jason Tatum, he has a right to be how he is. He's more quiet. He internalizes things. Right? Okay? That's some people, they don't say much, they see much. That's his way. All right? Man, a few words. JB is different. Right? And the relationship, it's never been, there was never like, whatever. It's not Steph and Clay. It's a little bit different. There's a respect, but there's kind of some distance. We talked about it. When I say what's up and you just, you just kind of give me you don't really rock with me. And then you took guys on the team, i.e. Drew Holiday, who Jaylen Brown rock with, that were on his level. It's different. These guys, the Schleicherman and Hugh, they're younger brothers. You're not on my level. I can't talk to you mano-y-mano. Rondo and Kendrick Perkins weren't having mano-y-mano conversations with Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett in 2008. They were either going to, shout out to Tony Allen. You right? He was on the pod. Forget which pod he was on recently. Did a great job. He was on Nightcap. Really good. Tony Allen said you either went to KG University, you went to Ray Allen University, or you went to Paul Pierce University. You went to one of those three universities to learn the ropes. Okay? But you weren't no professor at those universities. You were a student learning the ropes. A little bit down the line, Rondo gets a little bit of success. Now all of a sudden he starts to puff his chest out. Danny makes the categorical mistake of backing Rondo over Ray Allen. How's that worked out in the scope of history? Never mind the bridge that was burned in that relationship that lasted decades. Who has done better since the split? Rajon Rondo or Ray Allen? End of discussion. Thanks so much. Thanks for tuning in. Well, again, you get in your talk about, he's the future. No. Because he don't have the maturity. He's not ready to be the leader. He's not a culture builder. He's a culture killer. Yes, I'm talking about Rondo. Yes, who's uber talented. Yes, you get playoff Rondo. It's out of this world. But he bounced from team to team to team to team to team. Same thing with Team USA. He was sent home or he went home, whatever the case may be. However you want to play that. Sent home, went home, whatever. Team USA, they're adults. They're professionals. So this nonsense doesn't get out. I just know he wasn't on the team anymore. He was on a team, then he wasn't. We don't know, but he just wasn't. That's called adulting. What didn't take place in Boston. Adulting. This ticky-tack lunch table nonsense you're bringing me in terms of why the Celtics are in the place that they're in and the Sixers are in the place that they're in. Ridiculous. It's called leadership. Again, talking about it. When Kyrie was upset about whatever, and Dan Gilbert said, you know what I mean? He said, he got in his feelings. He said, trade me. LeBron said, bring his butt to camp. LeBron, Clutch Sports, who knows a little bit about these tense negotiations, bring him to camp. No, you brought in Isaiah Thomas and Dwayne Wade and whatever, and it was downhill from there. Okay, you ain't winning more championships without LeBron and Kyrie. It was downhill. But Kyrie's angry. He can be angry. Is he going to be angry when he's cashing these max checks? Excuse my French. Excuse my mispronunciation. He can be angry all the way to the bank. Cashing all his checks, living this luxurious life, living this dream life. If he wants to be angry in paradise, I was one of those kids. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. I got 8 of the 10 things. I only focus on the 2 I didn't get. I don't care. I'm throwing a tantrum. I didn't get the 2. Never mind the 8 you gave me. I didn't get 2. I'm out. Held over to this day. I'm out. No. You're mean to me. You don't like me. Society's against me. What about the 8 things you got? I didn't get the other thing that I was looking to get next. Well, you're not ready for that. I don't care. I'm ready for it. I want it now. It's called adulting, folks. This wouldn't happen in the Pat Riley organization. This wouldn't happen in the Genie Bus organization. Okay? LeBron and Shaq and Kobe can't stand each other. Good. We'll see you at practice tomorrow. Y'all ain't going nowhere. We know Scotty and Michael weren't Goombada. We know that. Scotty wanted his contract in the 98 year. He sat out. You know what I mean? Jordan thought he should have played. He said, go jump in the lake. No. Jerry Reinsdorf, old school, contract's the contract. I don't want to see it to the next one. You signed the contract. That old school, honoring contracts. What the NBA has kind of, right? I don't know how that decline in terms of not honoring contracts, all this load management feloniousness has led us to the second apron, which isn't helping anybody. But this, no. It's no excuse for the trade to make it. I know there's people that, intelligent basketball people that feel the other way. They have the right to their opinion. I'm 10 toes down. You should never trade Drew. I'm going to continue to say that. That was the move. That was the crack in the surface. I don't want to get rid of Derek White. If somebody had to go, it was going to have to be Derek White. Same thing back with Oklahoma City. You should have never got rid of Harden. If somebody had to go, it should have been Westbrook. Well, Westbrook, this, that, and the third jumps over. Who rocked better? Harden and Durant was the better combination. We saw it because they rocked, And James Harden has been a better player in the scope of his career than Russell Westbrook. So just stop it. Never mind the fact that it was Harden for Serge Ibaka. So it's just lunacy. People don't talk about that now. Lunacy. You got rid of James Harden for Serge Ibaka. Okay? What are the people in Portland saying? Let me sit up straight. We playing Drew. No way we're trading Drew. We don't trade winners here. We're trying to win, so why would I trade a winner? We're trying to win. Why would I trade a winner? What are you talking about? No. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be undersized. Good. We're going to be gritty. We're going to, right? You might get it. You might get a whatever post up on job. We running right back at you the next way. He's going to put this big man in space and cook you. So you get a little bucket here on the sides. We're going to get a bucket in space. And we'll see who get more buckets. We're coming at you with Drew, who's two-way, all everything, distributor, unselfish, and then Ja and Dame on the wings, hungry, running and gunning, coming at you downhill. Dame got to pull up for them threes, which we know we can hit. Ja's coming downhill at you. You want to post me up? I'm putting you in space with my wiggle. See what you can do. Okay, got Scoot coming off the bench, 6-man, tremendous shape. We're not trading Drew. Who traded Drew? The Celtics traded Drew. Where are they now? All this stuff, they don't like each other. You didn't put the mediator for them to you didn't have a Zen master with Kobe and Shaq. You didn't have Jason Kidd on the Redeem teams, so on and forth. Manu, I don't know, the Spurs kind of rock with each other, but Manu was kind of the, easygoing, and so going to be okay, guys. Tim Duncan's obviously quiet. Tony Parker's not that leader. Manu, let's go, guys. Come on, let's clap it up. Let's right. You sent him because you have. And again, you sent Drew away, and then you gave away Charles Lee, who's building up the Charlottes, and you gave away Jeff Van Gundy, headhunted by the Clippers. So where's your institutional strength? You let it go out the door. That's what you did. And then you want to blame Jaylen Brown, telling him he's too smart. Ridiculous. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Okay? You want to tell me analytics? You want to tell me whatever you want to tell me? I rock with, rooting for the home team, happy for the home team, whatever. I ain't banking on this team. Right? Playing on 3. Let me know. All right? And by the way, Jason Tatum, he has a right to be how he is. He had a right to be who he is and rock how he is. Okay? Kevin Durant has a similar personality. Okay? He does not want to be the guy up front. But he's obviously a really important player, but he does not want to be the guy up front. All right? So you need to put somebody in that place who he can connect with, or you need to be that guy up front. All right? Kevin Durant, great player, so on and forth. I still haven't gotten over the fact this is the same type of a player, right, as Tatum. I'm not saying Tatum, but who knows what Tatum's going to do. But Kevin Durant came up into some adversity this year. You can't tell me there's no way he doesn't play 1 game, 2 games, 3 games during the playoffs. He played 78 games. He only missed 4 games through the entire regular season. He didn't play not 1 playoff game. What the heck was the reason he didn't play? Did he have microfracture surgery? What's the reason? We don't know a reason. Exactly. In between the team stuff going on Twitter, beefing with his teammates. Exactly. He's not a leader. And he can fight with me all he's want. He might watch this podcast. He might feel a certain type of. He's not a leader. Yeah. He's a generational player. Yeah, he's a Hall of Fame player. Okay. I don't put him in the all-time great. No, I do not. Because he never drove the bus. And he had chances to drive a bus. And he picked as his teammates Kyrie Irving, who welched on him, and James Harden, who welched a little bit later on him. That's who he tethered his boat to. He didn't want to be with Steph. Okay, fine. Might have been better to be, to step up. Again, we're talking about these players who don't say anything. Kevin Durant, well, I'm going to let me. No. The better situation for Kevin Durant was James Harden, not Russell Westbrook. That was the better situation from him. It's clear. He knew it at the time. He's not, well, I'm going to let. So he didn't weigh in on that. Sam, I know you're going through, but I think, well, no. I know you believe in Serge Ibaka and he's going to take us to the promised land. I rock with James. I think we need to get well. It was Harden, not Westbrook. And Durant knew it when it happened. Okay? And is that on him? No. But the point is, you as the coach, general manager, like Red Auerbach is not doing this type of stuff. Please. I'm not going to bring back Kevin McHale to practice to the team because him and Bird had a problem. Are you stupid? I'm not bringing back Tommy Heinsohn because him and Russell almost got in a fight on the bus over civil rights. I'll see you at practice. And don't act up around here. I mean it. You have a right to be yourself. You don't have to talk to this person, but you ain't going to bring no drama. You ain't going to bring no chaos. You ain't going to bring no up in here. You're going to duck yourself like a professional. You're going to duck him like a professional. I don't care if you guys high five, low five, whatever five. When he's open, you better pass him the ball. You better run our stuff. When it comes to the court, we playing basketball. We're men out here. We're big boys. Whatever you want, we're professionals. We doing our business. After the business is done, you just stay away from each other. You're going to have a great life over here. You're going to have a great life over there. Anybody that bring drama on the team, you got to deal with me. And it's going to be a problem. Period. That's what leaders do. So Pat Riley did. Red Auerbach for all those years. Phil Jackson. Dennis Rodman. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm the straw that stirs the drink in here. I set the culture. I set the culture. I chart the course. And you respond. Okay? I got Mike 6. Kobe, you can get 5. Kobe, you don't want to deal with me? What did Kobe want to do when he left? Let's bring back Phil. I'm ready. Bring back Phil. Put him in his book how petulant Kobe was during those last years. Can't stand this kid. I need you back, Phil. But you don't want to let Tatum and Brown play together. Tatum and Brown can't rock together. But Kobe Bryant is willing to bring back somebody who wrote a book, who included in his book, which is in print to this day, how he felt some type of way about how he was behaving. Kobe said, you know something? He's right. Bring him back. We're going to win championships. We need Phil. Bring him back off that beach on the Indian Ocean. I need to get one more than Shaq. Phil, you're right. I was wrong. You was right. I'm ready to work. But you want to talk to me about Tatum. My name is Paul, and I didn't see y'all. It ain't nothing to do with Tatum. This is about leadership. It's about management. And Brad Stevens, you. Yes, you. Bradley Stevens, yes, you. It's on you. How it played out, how it got out, and the resolution after that. Chisholm, he don't know his left foot from his right foot. I said what I said. I ain't put this on Chisholm. New Jack owner, private equity owner, who allowed Drew to leave in the first place because of what some spreadsheet said. They didn't want to talk about, I ain't got no problem with spending money, but you let Drew get out of here. How about that money you would have paid, the extra money, which you're going to get all back? And this is another thing. While I'm on this little tangent I'm on. How much money Jeff Bezos lose we talk about while he's gobbling up Michael's market share in the early days? Do we remember that? Now that he's on his way to be a trillionaire, we don't remember that. Same thing. Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Financial Wizard. Yes, you would have lost money up front with Drew having to pay Drew. Never mind, you should have signed a 2-year deal. But you're going to lose money up front, or you have to get rid of Derek White. Either one of those things. But you're going to have to take a hit. But you wouldn't be where you are now. Okay? With a team that's headed, in my view, down. Playing on 3. And then Tatum, who doesn't have much to say, how's he going to feel? Because he ain't getting another starter come to Boston. You wanted your team, you have your team. A losing team. You want to go to Memphis, Tatum? He's from Tennessee. You want to stay in Boston? Because you're going to be losing. Because it ain't going to work no more. They've always competed since they came in the league. Kyrie, Gordon, Hayward, they've always been championship teams. They're not a championship team. Nor do I see them being a championship team in the near future. You ain't bringing in a second star. Your team right now is spitting is a bunch of analytics baloney. Well, I think it's smashed. They don't have the core talent. He seems to just flat out better, pound for pound better. And there is a stronger culture. Jason Tatum is not, you don't have anybody on this team to set your culture. Joe Mazzulla is a product of the system. Good coach, fine. He needs a stacked coaching staff. There was 4 head coaches when they won the championship in 2024 on his staff. 4 head coaches and him. Jeff Van Gundy, head coach. Charles Lee, head coach. Okay, Sam Cassell, head coach in waiting. Fine. 3. 2 head coaches, 1 head coach in waiting, and Emil Jefferson coming up through the ranks. He needs tremendous support. He needs a brain trust. You just throw it, and you're going to see what you're going to see. He's a good coach. He's not an elite coach. He's not an Eric Spoelstra. Because again, talk about coaching. Miami, goes up 0-2, loses the lead, loses to Dallas, embarrassing, come back the next year. They have to go against the Celtics, right? Or was that the first year where they had to beat the Celtics 6 and 7 games? I don't know if that was 11 or 12, where they had to break through against the Celtics. I think that was 11, where they were down. I think that was the first year they were down against the Celtics, and LeBron ran wild in Game 6, back up against the wall, and they won Game 7 in Miami, right? So those, in terms of LeBron fading from the cause, that's one where he met the challenge. Game 6 in Boston, down 3-2 in the first Miami year. Then they, weren't ready for prime time, got too big for their britches against the team with who was the point guard? Jason Kidd, thanks very much. Who was keeping Dallas together when they were down 2-0? Jason Kidd, thanks very much. But you don't need the type of person here in Boston because Drew Holiday, too expensive. Okay, thank you. All right, never mind. It's neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. Second year, comes back. Listen, guys, we ain't doing this my turn, your turn team. We ain't doing this equal. It's LeBron's team. LeBron's going to be the straw that stirs the drink. And D-Wade, you're playing off of him, and then Bosh, you're playing off. That's the hierarchy. Not about, it's running through LeBron, period. Dwayne, you are the second option. Chris Bosh, you are the third. That is the hierarchy. LeBron, it is your time to cook, to done. We're not doing it. No. Impose your will. Right, that's the hard conversation that needed to be had and was had. That's the conversation that was not had here in Boston in terms of a clear delineation, in terms of who and then why. And Jaylen Brown might have been mad. Let him be mad. Or Jason Tatum might have been mad. You can be mad all you want while you collect your $60 million checks. This is the way it's going down. 1A, 1B, 1B, 1A. I don't give a damn how you feel. Excuse my French. This is what will work. This is what we're going to do. The proof is in the pudding. Let's go. You saw how it felt last year. This is the thing with the Celtics. They're all this analytics nonsense. Well, okay, let some losing come in. Y'all are still living in the afterglow of the glory years. And still thinking that the Celtics were better than the 76ers, which they never were. The team was never better than the 76ers. The 76ers were just injured. Right? That's the fallacy that's about to be bulldozed. Right? Plain, straight out, losing and rebuilding is what's on the horizon. And we'll see how loyal to the soil Mr. Jason Tatum is during those lean years. My name is Paul, and I don't know y'all. Okay? See how loyal he is. Okay? Giannis was loyal to the soil. 10 toes down. Until he saw that soil was headed right back to the basement. He got distant. He wanted out. Okay? Again, taste of the college. Gino, expectations, this NIL. Your kid's better than Maya, who people forget about her. You talk about Stewie, you talk about Tarazi. Okay. Maya, Stewie, Paige, how about Tarazi, Sue Bird, Rebecca Lobo. Right? I coach them. You didn't bring me them. I coached them. No, you're not playing all the game. And if your parents can't understand, you didn't come to UConn to originate. I mean, unless you're. Maya Moore. Right? Unless you're Maya Moore good, which you're not. Right? So, I mean, this is the Mount Rushmore. All right? So you can feel some type of a way, but your behind is going to be on a bench. And the fact that you're not going to let somebody that's just produced all-time great after all-time great, but that's fine. Right? Kids are under the pressure, which they shouldn't be. I mean, you signed on to go to UConn. Did you think you were going to like the University of New Hampshire? I think nothing against University of New Hampshire. Did you think you're going to, like, this is UConn? This is the most chips. So you can be angry, you can be in your feelings. The system ain't changing. If you want to leave, you know where the door is. Kyrie getting that swole on.
It's been a struggle, bro.
Hey.
I'm not trying to go and bring on, say no. I've been certified my whole life, come check my registration. Yeah, I'm drunk, but I ain't driving, yes, I know my destination. I got a sticky pin and some in the back, but please don't escalate. When this shit gets so damn good in the back, gotta figure where to escalate. Let that money go away to the top floor, going up on the escalate. Shawty popping shows in the back,
He's an artist.
Trying to make me look good.
He's an artist. He's been an artist. He's also been a chemistry killer. Up until Jason Kidd was able to get through to him, and they went to an NBA Finals. After which point, they broke up the team in the middle of the night for Anthony Davis. And now the team is rebuilding. It's always been his buy-in. It's never been the talent. He's been an artist since he came into the league. A number of coaches have hit the road under in his years. I don't think it's necessary. Jason Kidd was able to get through to him, just like Kevin Boyle at St. Patrick's. NBA Finals, here we come. That's not the clip. 2 more clips. 3 more clips. Hope y'all doing well out there in television land. SandCity Sports, bye for the fans. Let's go.
Sophie Cunningham called out the W.N.B.A. media. She said they don't ever want to talk about basketball. They always want to talk about issues. But it does feel like 24/7 drama. It's a reality show more than a league. And I'm not against occasional outrage. The Astros cheating, winning a World Series. Outrage. That's warranted. There's outrage every week in the WNBA. It's like, guys, you were begging for attention for 3 decades. And now it's like you can't handle it. We're paying attention. You can't handle it. I've never seen a league that is more volatile and dramatic in these wild emotional mood swings. It's like, take a deep breath. You look petty and juvenile and small. It's like, ladies, it's a great league. But I mean, it's a reality show. Sophie.
There's going to be more in the off-the-court stuff. Going to be more in the off-the-court stuff as we led with that. That's the – what are you talking about here? Talking about the NBA in the 80s, what was going on off the court. Okay? Drug abuse, violence on the court, inconsistency, lack of marketability, so on and forth. You know what also was happening in the 80s? Magic and Bird. You know what also happened in the 80s? The rise of Michael Jordan. So, right? All this talk about salary and what you deserve. Guys, NBA, commercial flights. Commercial. That 6'10" guy, yeah. He's in the middle row. And he's lucky to be on a plane, not driving a bus. Commercial. I know the W.N.B.A. flew commercial as well. You want to be off commercial. See, that's the thing, right? I want the W.N.B.A. players to be off commercial. You got to go out there and get it. We should be talking about Sophie Cunningham, 3 and D. She does her stuff. She can build her brand. She's got charisma. I'm happy for it. I don't have to agree with Sophie Cunningham on everything. I don't agree with her on everything, nor do I need to. She's a ball player. That's why I'm interested in Sophie Cunningham, because she's a ball player. She's a darn good ball player. 3 Ds, locks it up, energy. You're speaking my language. Why aren't we talking about her as the, 6th man or clutch player? I don't know about clutch, because she's not a ball dominant. Okay, Caitlin Clark, is she going to be first team? That's the conversation. I don't care that's the nonsense that's being put out there by the league and the trolls is that Kelsey Williams is better than Caitlin Clark. I don't care. They got 2 good players on a good team. Are they going to win the championship? Can they beat the Aces? The game went into overtime, or Kelsey hit a 3, and people want to talk about the 50-50 ball between Aja Wilson and Caitlin Clark. Yeah, it was a 50-50 ball. And Caitlin Clark, you lost. You lost to a league MVP. Get up and win the next one. What are we talking about? Is Bird supposed to just let Magic win the 50-50? They were arm on the side. You know, Asia Wilson is taller. She outjumped her. There's contact. You fell. You landed correctly. Get up. Next possession. You have this great product to talk about. To talk to me about the game, the personalities. Asia Wilson is these WNBA players are fascinating. Learning about them from South Carolina. This one's from Iowa. This one's from Missouri. And they're good ball players. And they play good basketball. I know it's not over the rim. I know they miss layups. I don't give a damn. You sit and watch a W.N.B.A. It's a very good game. There's skill. There's strategy. Okay? There's no explosive in soccer. We don't have these explosive collisions. We don't have a jump ball. You have skill, strategy, pass. It's chess. And it's wonderful. We watch the game. We watch extra time. We watch penalty kicks. We're hooked. It's not a player problem. This is where is your Jerry Colangelo and where is your doggone David Stern? President of WA, the woman that runs it, thinks she does a nice job, so on and forth. But I don't, and I know she has to deal with a lot behind the scenes. You know who else has to deal with a lot behind the scenes? Shaquille O'Neal was calling David Stern every other day. They're fouling me. There's going, and he would take in those calls. I can't take it. Shaq, it's not just you. There's 31 other teams or 29 other teams, whatever the case may be. I have to put these rules in place for everybody. All these commissioners are bombarded with drama all the time. Little things. Do you know this person got room service before me? I want to be traded. What happens when you get used to a certain amount of affluence and privilege? Things that bother you are ridiculous because you've disconnected yourself from the rank and file, right? Well, I'm wealthy. No. So that's what commissioners have to deal with. It does not excuse the lack of leadership. Okay? Have the conversation now. You need to have the conversation because you've been put in the crosshairs about the eligibility for the league. And by the way, this is what people are interested in. They want to see what's against, and why. Take it out of the culture war and have an actual educated, respectful conversation. This was the theory behind the rule. These are smart people that put these things in place. You're not dodos. People will hear you out on the merits. All right, so deal with that. Just like Adam Silver and like these leagues, they're always dealing with stuff. All kinds of off the court, things that come out, things that don't come out. It's all the time. And then highlight the doggone game. I don't care. I do care. But the model is there for you. Yes, I want to see what these players look like coming into the gym. I want to see what the NBA players have on. I want to see what the W.N.B.A. players on. I want to see what their swag is, what their style is, what their moxie is. I'm interested in their success journey, how they got to the W.N.B.A. Were they a top prospect? Were they cut on the team? What are they doing in the W.N.B.A.? How are they moving up that financial chart from making $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year and having to go to Russia in the offseason versus $100,000, $200,000, and your brand is bringing in 3 times that? That's interesting. People will tune into that. Instead of this pity-pat, elementary, well, we got to keep this person, that person again. Those leagues do that anyway as a matter of principle. You know how many guys in this NBA team can't stand each other and would fight every single day if you didn't have security personnel in the gym? You know how many brouhahas these guys get in when you're not off the court that the security personnel have to deal with when these guys are out here causing havoc? You're going to tell me it's the NBA model. The NBA has the model. Follow the model. So these guys don't like each other. They don't have to spend any time with each other. Show up to work, be a professional, go home. You want to be on that extra stuff, you're going to get body slammed. And your contract's going to get voided because it's in the contract. What do you want? You want to get body slammed and lose your money? Which is the same across the board in every professional sport. Even the NFL, they got whole battalions of security to keep those guys in line. Because they're a battalion in and of themselves, just in terms of the players. It's not the 80s in the NBA where guys are rushing into other locker rooms, fighting off the... No. You've established law and order. So why don't you lean into that and build up the freaking league on the merits? Oh, my goodness. Angel Reed and Case and Clark, they don't like each other. Oh, my good, that's nothing to do with anything. Let the trolls focus on that. Tell me about Angel Reese. Is she going to be an all-star? Is she not going to be an all-star? How does that affect her going for a max contract? That's what I want to know. Klay Thompson was not on NBA third team. It cost him like $60 million for the Supermax. That's a story. You pick Kemba Walker on the doggone Charlotte Hornets going nowhere rather than Klay Thompson who's competing for a championship. And it cost him $50 million. Wow. That's wild. Tell me more. Maybe I need to go work for the W.N.B.A. I think that's what this is getting at. Cape Cod Kid. Freaking, I'm putting in a job application. Forget this. This is wild. This is outlandish. I'm coming. I'm gonna be on the phone. I'm gonna be on. You know what I mean? I'm here. I'm doing my passion project. Loving it. I mean, I need to do some freelance for the W.N.B.A. Let's go. Freaking go, man. All right, we got a couple more. This is the awesome stuff in the summer. Oh, it's all about him. No. It's a highlight for everybody in the gym, everybody on the team. I'm going to have a problem with LeBron James. I'm a 7th grader coming into my layup line with me. That means the world. Encouraging me, giving me feedback, giving me advice. And I'm going to be, wow, you took away my shine. LeBron, you took away my shine. I was about to go viral as a 7th grader at school. And now you came in. Right? And folks that have a problem with it, understand the culture. These guys who came up through this grassroots summer circuit when they were kids, go check out More Than a Game. What are they doing? Right back on the circuit so they can get that energy, that enthusiasm, that hunger. That's the theory behind it. It's not just, even though it means a lot, they got to replenish themselves for the next journey. Yes, we got 3 games and all these cities and all this travel. I know I'm making a lot of money. I never see my family. I'm always long distance. I'm missing out on things. What am I doing this for? It's on the strength of where the journey started. The players connect with their formative years. For the young people coming up, you get a chance to see these guys at the highest level and learn from them. Win-win. Okay? Got an issue with it, come at me with your rebuttal, but you better be ready. Right? Because that's awesome for the culture. All right, in conclusion, slice of life.
Getting kind of bad back here.
Yeah.
How'd you find me?
I made a post on the 3 Moms group to see if somebody can mow our lawn for us before we get fined because we ain't got no money to do all this. And then there's like 3 people tagged your page and was like, text him and see what he do it. So then I just emailed you. And then I was like, oh shit, he emailed me. So I told my husband, I was like, I didn't expect you to.
Yeah, I saw your email. And then I saw that you said you had 6 kids with another one on the way. So I'm like, I got to get that out there and help these people because you guys are probably busy with that many kids. Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing. And I got a message from a mom who told me she has 6 kids with a 7th on the way and her yard was getting away from her fast. She'd actually posted it in a local moms group asking if anybody could help mow her lawn before the city fined her because money was tight and they just couldn't get to it. A few people tagged my page, told her to reach out, and so she sent me an email, not really expecting to hear anything back. But the second I read it, I knew I had to get over there. They just moved here from Colorado a few months earlier, and they had no idea how fast the grass grows once the spring and the cooler weather kicks in here. So the front had gotten tall, but the backyard was the real problem. They had a whole line of volunteer trees that had grown up along the back of the house and covered the entire thing. So I got to work edging and mowing the entire front getting the volunteer trees out of the backyard, and then cleared the whole back down to where it should be. And that's the whole reason I love doing this. It gives them their yard back, it gives their kids a place to play again, and it gets everything to a point where the family can actually keep up with it on their own again. So you want to be sure to stay until the very end of this video because the before and after has turned out amazing. And if you haven't done so yet, click that follow button for me. It's the best way to support this work that I do. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy this one, and I'll see you next time. SB Mowing, out.
Speaking of fuel, and put fuel in the fire. I hope this guy makes 10x for these charity projects along with his regular business. Deserved. He has a front end loader. Today he's just doing it by hand, but he got a front end loader that he also applies for them. This man is doing the old school way. Damn. Oh my goodness.
Whew, it's getting kind of bad back here.
Yeah.
How'd you find me?
I made a post on the free moms group to see if somebody can mow our lawn for us before we get fined because we ain't got the money to do all this. And then there's like 3 people tagged your page and was like, text him and see would he do it. So then I just emailed you, and then I was like, oh shit, he emailed me. So I told my husband, I was like, I didn't expect you to.
Yeah, I saw your email. And then I saw that you said you had 6 kids with another one on the way. So I'm like, I got to get that out there and help these people because you guys are probably busy with that many kids. Hey everyone, Spencer here with SB Mowing. I got a message from a mom who told me she has 6 kids with a 7th on the way and her yard was getting away from her fast. She'd actually posted in a local moms group asking if anybody could help mow her lawn before the city fined her because money was tight and they just couldn't get to it. A few people tagged my page, told her to reach out, and so she sent me an email, not really expecting to hear anything back. But the second I read it, I knew I had to get over there. They just moved here from Colorado a few months earlier, and they had no idea how fast the grass grows once the spring and the cooler weather kicks in here. So the front had gotten tall, but the backyard was the real problem. They had a whole line of volunteer trees that had grown up along the back of the house and covered the entire thing. So I got to work edging and mowing the entire front, getting the volunteer trees out of the backyard, and then cleared the whole back down to where it should be. And that's the whole reason I love doing this. It gives them their yard back, it gives their kids a place to play again, and it gets everything to a point where the family can actually keep up with it on their own again. So you want to be sure to stay until the very end of this video because the before and after has turned out amazing. And if you haven't done so yet, click that follow button for me. This is the best way to support this work that I do. Anyways, I hope you all enjoy this one, and I'll see you next time. SB Mowing, out.
Couldn't get the volunteer trees while having to step through, so that's just... I noticed that the second time. He usually does, a lot of times he does the grass last. But he wasn't going to be able to get to those trees if, you know, through 4 or 5 feet of grass. By hand. That's the exclamation point. Just moved in. That's okay. Just moved into chaos. And now you got something you can sustain. Right? Just moved into that type of situation. This guy, and there's, since I've been following him last couple of couple months, and tag. I forward all this stuff, like it. But he just takes these projects, as you can see, that these houses that time forgot for various reasons. Sometimes there's not even an owner in the house. So I'd ask the next door neighbor, like, what the heck is up? Oh, they moved out, and the house is just an eyesore. He goes through and makes it immaculate. And then I learned not just the edging, but he does a lot with the sidewalks. A lot of the properties, you don't even know, like, there is a sidewalk because the grass is just grown. So in those projects, he always starts by doing the outline, where the divides are, where the gaps are in the concrete. So he sets the edge. So I was like, I didn't even know. And then he'll get rid of the weeds. As I said, a lot of times he does the edging and then just the uprooting first. Does the edging, he does the uprooting. I guess he called them volunteer trees. He cuts all that stuff down. He does all of that first, moves all that stuff out. So the notable overgrowth is cut down. You can see where the sidewalks are, so on and forth, and then he'll come in and do the lawnmower last. And then a very important touch is he does, he gets the leaf blower out there and clears it all out, pushes all that stuff away, brooms all that stuff, gets that out of there. So we end with our slice of life with a bit of humanitarianism. We end our slice of life with a little bit of SBM mowing. Out. All right, folks. We had to get to what we had to get to today. Right? It's been a long time. I certainly should have left you without that dope beat to step to. Your boy, the Cape Cod Kid. It's a beautiful thing. Let's go. You know what this is, folks. SandCity. Go. Man, artist known as Andre. Gang was good.